Hello. Hello. Why, hello, everybody. How is everyone doing today? So, this is it. This is the uh, big Godzilla Timelines stream that I had promised. And, well, let's see who we got first. So, first of all, hello, Tom, Ethan, Connor. How are y'all doing this evening? Hope everyone's doing well. Um, so, yes, as you can see, there are various Godzillas on the computer screen here on the front of the PowerPoint slide that I've lined up. So I'm very excited for this as well. So let's go ahead and this is the first affiliate stream, so yay on that, and thank you, Dom, Kim, and Ethan for subscribing. Um, so wanted to shout out to you guys. Yes, the frog emotes. So But yeah, thank you for subscribing. Thank you for everyone helping me get to affiliate once again. And this has been a stream that I've been both excited for and nervous because one, I want to make sure I do a really good job with this, and it's been a while since I've just prepared a slideshow presentation for funsies, especially talking about something that was very complex and um, let's see, convoluted, I guess, as well as the Godzilla timelines. So, a lot of my stuff actually for images came from like Wikizilla. So, shout outs to Wikizilla for that. Let's see here. The academic right now. Exactly. This is going to be pretty much very academic. So, let's start off with the big image of the Godzilla timeline, which some parts of this are a little bit outdated, so I've actually gone through and updated some of them as we get into the specific timeline branches. But essentially, kind of like how in Zelda there's multiple timelines, well, Godzilla does the same thing, except everything has been laid out more concretely throughout the years. Um, but often enough, hey, Kimmy. Lurking while making dinner sounds good. Sounds good. Hopefully, you can hear it throughout this entire Godzilla lecture. So, this is pretty much where we're at. So, we have several distinct continuities, especially, well, three big, or really four continuities. We have the Showa continuity, you have the Heisei continuity, the Kiryu Saga continuity. Hey, Matt, thank you for playing the Mechagodzilla sound effect. Yes. And then we also have the legendary continuity, which they didn't update here, but I actually did provide some updated version of the timeline. But there's also, of course, you can't really see it actually because of my webcam positioning, but there's also the TriStar continuity. Send down. Yes. Well, so that's the old Mecha Godzilla from like the 1975 or 1974, 1975 movie. So that's why he sounds like that. So yeah, very old Mecha Godzilla sound effect from the Showa era. We also have several other smaller Godzilla continuities, 2000 continuity Mega versus Mega Gears and GMK, and we'll also talk about those as well. So let's dive into the first continuity. And actually, yeah, let's start. We'll start with the Showa era. So the Showa era, as you may, it starts off with the 1954 Godzilla movie, and then it just kind of goes on for like these several movies and like a TV series right over here. But you'll also notice, well, this isn't just Godzilla. There are other kaiju franchises within Toho that get wrapped into this. You can already see Rodan and Mothra have their own movies, so let's also break those. So we'll kind of, what I'm going to do here is not just talk about where the movies are placed in the timeline, just kind of give like a general plot overview of them as well. Talk about a couple interesting trivia tidbits I found about them while like just doing some research on the movies as well. Just to kind of talk about things because it's easy to just mention like, oh, here's the timeline, here's where they all fall in, and then just be done with it. But like, I know a lot of people are also interested in just some Godzilla lore. So hey, why don't we talk about that? So let's start off with Gojira, or the 1954 Godzilla. So this is where we had the debut of Godzilla, released in 1954. He shows up in Tokyo. Essentially, this is the first time we see Godzilla. He first shows up on Odo Island. Briefly kind of like attacks like during a storm at night, rampages through the village. You don't really get a good look at him then because one, there's a storm going on, and then he later shows up during the day, kind of looks over a mountain, roars at some people, and then goes back into the ocean. The expedition team that was on Odo Island goes back to Tokyo and talks about their findings and kind of mentions like he's radioactive and stuff, and then eventually Godzilla shows up in Tokyo Bay one night, and then just goes back under the water. It doesn't really do much, and then the next subsequent nights, like Godzilla shows up again, starts wreaking havoc throughout Tokyo, and then is eventually killed when Dr. Daisuke Serizawa uses the oxygen destroyer, and it kills him by destroying all the oxygen atoms in the Tokyo Bay, and then so essentially it asphyxiates him and then liquefies him. So yeah, that's how that starts off. So the first and original Godzilla gets killed off. Dr. Daisuke Serizawa also kills himself using the oxygen destroyer at the same time because he fears like such a weapon would falling into the wrong hands would cause a lot of problems. And well, it was also just like, hey, if Godzilla's the embodiment of the atomic bomb, here I made a weapon that's stronger, so someone would eventually come after me for it. So he burned all his research notes and then killed himself to prevent such knowledge from ever falling into the wrong hands. So that's the 1954 Godzilla in a nutshell. We also then got later re-released in America as Godzilla King of Monsters. The American version of the movie cut out a lot of scenes of like the Japanese version and replaced them with American actor Raymond Burr. The movie does still take itself pretty seriously. It's not as ham-fisted about the anti like nuclear war messaging that the original Japanese version had. But it still carries a lot of weight to it, but just not as much because those elements get toned down. Some of the scenes get rewritten and stuff like that. So like it's because it's made more for an American audience, and this is 1954. So this is still very much after World War II. So well, the first Godzilla is dead. So going on from here, we go into Godzilla Raids again. So this actually is the debut of Anguirus, and the series from here starts to follow a second Godzilla. This movie also is the first time that Godzilla fights a different monster, because in his first movie it's just Godzilla. The movie was released in 1955 in Japan. I believe it was 1957 in America, and then from there, this kind of started off the chain of Godzilla fighting different monsters and stuff. In fact, the beginning of the movie actually does feature Godzilla and Anguirus fighting against each other. They just topple into the water. Eventually, the two monsters ended up brawling throughout Osaka. And then Godzilla ends up killing Anguirus in Osaka by lighting him on fire with his atomic breath. But also something interesting to point out was that when the English dub for this movie was released, Godzilla got renamed as Gigantus, the fire monster. So that's why it's a little weird, but that's what they did for some reason. And then after this movie, essentially, this movie was super rushed out to capitalize on the success of the Gojira movie, because they're like, hey, a lot of people spent money on this, and it was very popular, so let's make a sequel really quickly. And then it didn't do so well in the box offices in Japan, so like maybe we oversold this movie, and then they put Godzilla on ice for about 7 years. So this where does this lead us in the terms of Godzilla? Well, let's talk about some of the other movies that also fall on this timeline. So you have the Rodan movie, which was released in 1956. This is the debut of Rodan and the Meganulon. So this movie actually starts out as a very interesting movie. So it really kind of starts off as a murder mystery movie, because essentially you have a group of miners that are digging through caves. Miner goes missing, and then they end up finding his dead body later. They suspect foul play that one of the other miners had killed him. So they're trying to. It becomes a big murder mystery of all right, who did it? And then it later gets revealed that this guy was killed by one of the Meganulon. So no one killed the guy besides one of these monsters. So then it turns into like a miniature monster flick where the JSDF, or the Japanese Self-Defense Force, is called in to deal with these creatures. If I remember correctly, it's been a hot moment since I've seen Rodan. And then on top of that, so they go in to deal with these creatures, but then it turns out another plot twist is that there is a giant monster, Rodan, living in the volcano, or living essentially with their minds that they thought was an inactive volcano. So Rodan eventually emerges after eating several of the like Meganulon, and then starts wreaking havoc throughout the world. And then because it's supersonic flight, I just need you to know that. Excellent. I'm glad to hear that you guys are having fun watching this. Because that's I'm glad to hear that. But yes, so eventually another Rodan actually also shows up to cause mayhem throughout the world as well. So there's actually two Rodans now at this point. And eventually they realize that the Rodan pair are actually a breeding pair, or a mating pair. And that they actually started setting up a nest in Mount ISO as well. And so the JSDF decides, well, we're going to trigger the eruption for that volcano and try to wipe out both of them. So during this attempt, one of the Rodan is actually able to flee away, but the other one isn't. So the Rodan that got away turns back around and tries to rescue its mate, doesn't do so, and they end up both dying in the volcano because, well, love is tragic apparently, and the if one monster couldn't survive with if the mate if one of the mates couldn't survive without or couldn't survive without the other and died. That was essentially kind of what was going on there. So once again, kind of gives the Rodans a tragic fate. And then we get into Varan. So Varan was made in 1958, and with Varan the Unbelievable, kind of you can see on the image, like he kind of flies around like a flying squirrel. Um, this was an attempt to actually kind of make it more like a made-for-TV version of Godzilla, because this is actually commissioned by like a U.S. studio to have this done, and then they kind of backed out at the end, and then Toho was like, "Well, we've already kind of worked this hard on it. We might as well release it." So Varan the Unbelievable was released in 1958, and then his story is kind of more of, well, it's similar to Godzilla, whereas like except more of he was like an ancient deity kind of creature that lived underground, was eventually drawn out, and then the GSDF has to deal with him, and they eventually actually just they his hide is impervious to weapons, but they trick him into swallowing explosives, and then the explosives explode inside of him, and then he dies. So baited into dying essentially is Varan's fate. And like his relevance to the Godzilla franchise actually comes up much later, but all these movies do tie back in. And then of course Mothra. Well, I mean everyone knows about Mothra being one of the sidekicks to Godzilla. So it actually Mothra started out with her own movie, released in 1961. There's actually a lot of themes about how the Japanese felt about capitalism at the time here in this movie. The main antagonist of the movie being a human character and not Mothra. Mothra is actually more of the protag. All right. All right, yeah, I'll catch you later, Ethan. And yeah, there will be a VOD of this. Also, I believe I'll probably end up uploading this to YouTube, as well. So, I figured I have to promote the YouTube sometime. So, this is the first time I'm promoting YouTube here. So, but yes, um, excellent, excellent. So yes, so Mothra, is really more of the protagonist here in this movie. A guy by the name of Nelson serves as the main antagonist because he's the one who decides, you know what, I'm going to take Mothra's twin fairies, the Shobishin, over here, um, and use them for musical performances because they're small, like they're literally the size of living. They're essentially like the size of dolls, like small dolls. And he's like, oh, well, I can make them perform their songs and make money off of that. And he's doing this for a while until Mothra's egg hatches and Mothra comes after, or goes to rescue the fairies. Essentially, with Mothra just being able to plow through all of like the GSDF's weapons and nothing's really stopping her. And then when Mothra goes to Cocoon, that's when Nelson realizing that, hey, public, like his perception of the public's not doing so well, and a lot of people want him to just return the fairies, so Mothra will go away, because that's essentially what the fairies have said: is if you return the fairies to Mothra, Mothra will just leave, because Mothra doesn't want conflict, but Mothra has to do what Mothra has to do. So what does Nelson do? He decides to run for it, taking the fairies with him to Rosalia, and a city which is a fictional country, totally, which is in substitution for America, and goes to what's known as Newkirk City. I think it's pretty obvious that that's a stand-in for New York City, because for some reason they decided not to use the actual names, for the movie. And it's kind of interesting to see Mothra in her fully adult form flying over the city, and like every skyscraper in the movie has like anti-air cannons on them. It's like, why is New York City armed like this? But I guess that's just how it is. So they heavily armed New York City, start shooting at Mothra. Mothra doesn't really seem to be affected by the cannons or anything. Eventually, the police are catch wind of the whole situation, and they go to arrest Nelson. Nelson gets killed in the shootout. They manage to recover the fairies, and they make a symbol, or they actually use like the Infant Island symbol that's kind of resembles a Christian cross on an airport to get Mothra's attention, so they can actually give the fairies back to Mothra. And then after that, Mothra takes the fairies and flies off to Infant Island, and she tends to live out her days in peace. Well, we'll see how that goes for her. And then after 7 years now at this point, we finally get to the original King Kong versus Godzilla. So it had 1955 was the last time we got a Godzilla movie, and now here we are in 1962. So this is the debut of King Kong and the giant octopus. King Kong was actually powered up and scaled up to fight Godzilla compared to like how he was presented in 1933 in the original movies. So now Kong is about the same size as Godzilla. Maybe Mothra's a crushing quick wave across. Yeah. The God's and Kong's newer powers also include his ability to actually manipulate lightning. Well, he can harness lightning, essentially turning him into a giant taser. Essentially, he's also empowered by lightning. And then, so one of the big things that also comes from this is this movie specifically was that there's always this big debate I used to hear about all the time when I was a kid and everything was our big story that in the American version of the movie, King Kong wins. And then in the Japanese version of the movie, Godzilla wins. However, that's not true. So essentially, Kong does win the final fight in the end in both versions of the movie. Because essentially what happens is both monsters topple into the sea, and then Kong's the only one to surface. So you have no idea what happened to Godzilla. There are still other differences as well in the two movies. This is like one of the big things about King Kong versus Godzilla was just kind of making fun of how like everything is being commercialized. And everyone cares about TV ratings. Like, when Godzilla comes back, because Godzilla shows up in the movie before Kong does, all the news networks are making like their ratings are soaring because all the news coverage of Godzilla. So there's a pharmaceutical company that has their own like TV network, and they're like, we need to do something to catch up on the ratings because we gotta do something because we gotta compete with the news companies. So what does this news corporation do? They send out an expedition team to Faroe Island to go get King Kong and bring him back to Japan so they can get their own rating spike. Why? Because that gets them money. So, what's another kaiju on the loose in Japan if you can make money off of it? So, but these elements kind of get really played down a lot in the American version of the movie. And a lot of scenes are also just replaced with American actors as well. And then for some reason, like the new American footage doesn't really interact at all with what's going on in the plot. It's more of, let's sit here and point at a map of somewhere that's vaguely close to Japan and be like, yes, that's a place. But is it important? No. So that's kind of what they did. Also, another interesting note about this movie was this is the first time that both King Kong and Godzilla appeared in color. So, yeah, this was a big thing for them. And then moving on from King Kong versus Godzilla, we have Atragon. So Atragon was a movie that was made in 1963, and this is also the debut of Manda. Manda being a giant sea serpent creature, kind of popped up in several other Godzilla franchises. Look at Japan. Oh God. The essentially what the story of Manda or story of Atragon, and Atragon being the flying submarine with the drill on the end here. Um, the whole story is that the undersea empire of Mu is trying to take over the surface. Um, and essentially the super weapon or super submarine, the Atragon, or no, it's the Gotengo, is actually brought in to defeat the Empire of Mu, and pretty much that's kind of like what's really important about this movie. How can you beat designs like that? You really can't beat designs like this because, I mean, how many times have we seen flying submarine boats with drills on them? Peak, peak Japanese character design right there. The absolute peak. And then we get into Mothra versus Godzilla. So this is the point that Mothra is brought into the Godzilla franchise. This is released in 1964. And this is only one of two Godzilla movies to be released both in Japanese and American theaters in the same year. So this came out in 1964 in Japan, and then also came out in 1964 in America. The only other Godzilla movie to do that is Shin Godzilla. So essentially, we have another Mothra story where essentially Mothra's property gets taken away from her, and someone tries to use it for profit. In this particular case, Mothra's egg ends up washing ashore, and we have Japanese businessmen who are trying to use that to pretty much as a giant tourist attraction to make money. And of course, eventually Godzilla shows up as well because he's mentioned in the name of this movie. And actually, he comes up from the ground where they're trying to pump water back out from like a recent typhoon. And Godzilla starts rampaging through the cities and stuff. And so the protagonists of the movie decide, well, let's ask Mothra for help, even though we didn't help her earlier. And this is the same Mothra from the previous Mothra movie. And it's revealed at this point that Mothra is really old, and her odds of surviving the fight with Godzilla are very low, and that's because she's pretty much about to die. Like, she's at the end of her lifespan. But realizing that after making like a plea to the Shobijin and like the other islanders of Infant Island, Mothra does decide to go fight Godzilla. Because it's not fair for Godzilla to kill everyone in Japan because there are people who are completely innocent of what's happening with the egg. Godzilla does show up to wreck the facility that's housing the egg, but the egg itself doesn't get damaged, and Mothra and Godzilla fight. Godzilla ends up winning this particular bout because Mothra just dies. So yeah. That's kind of what happened there, and then Godzilla goes off to rampage again, as the JSDF can't really do anything to stop him, and then eventually the egg hatches, and we have two Mothra larvae that come out from the egg. So we have twins, and the twin Mothra larvae actually spin enough silk to actually wrap up Godzilla, and then he falls into the sea. So, this movie is where Godzilla gets beaten by infants. Yeah, infants beat Godzilla. There is also another scene that is exclusive to the international releases that features the U.S. military or U.S. naval vessels actually launching weapon or missiles at Godzilla. But it was left out of the Japanese release because this is still. They felt at the time it was too close to the ending of World War II to feature U.S. Navy vessels launching missiles onto Japanese soil to be shown. So they left that sequence out. So yeah, and then from there, I know, right? I wonder why. We get into Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. So this is also actually released in 1964, and this is where we have our first appearance of King Ghidorah. Rodan also gets wrapped up into the Godzilla franchise, and this is actually the start of Godzilla becoming a good guy. Because the last several movies, Godzilla's been the antagonist. He's been the force of destruction the whole time. Um, and at this point, I wouldn't say Godzilla's like really a good guy. Really, he's starting to make that turn. He's more of like an anti-hero. If you wanted to give like those kind of like tropes to him or those roles, because like he still destroys cities in this movie. Him and Rodan just fight because it's the what they want to do. Um, but we also have essentially we have the Mothra larvae from the previous movie. We only have one of them. It's kind of mentioned that one of them died. So like one of the twin larvae died. We don't know which one, but hey, we still have one of them left. The Shobijin make another appearance here as well, and this follows one of the more bizarre Godzilla plots. At least bizarre to me, but still interesting. So we follow the exploits of, well, I guess really, we're introduced in the beginning of an assassination attempt on a princess of Selena, or Siglina. I'm trying to remember the pronunciation of the fictional country here. But everyone, for some reason, is dressed as if it's still Victorian era times there, with like the frill necks and everything's. So interesting fashion choices, but essentially, the princess that's supposed to be assassinated just walks out of her plane while it's in the air, because an alien told her to do so, um, or an alien voice told her to do so. And if I remember correctly, this voice is actually from a person from Venus, and then the princess starts claiming that she is actually from Venus and starts prophesizing all these disasters that happen, which are usually like the return of like Rodan, Godzilla coming back, and then like eventually leading up to King Ghidorah coming back. Of course, there's also a police detective was supposed to be assigned to being a bodyguard for this princess. Eventually meets up with her, and it's like, well, look, this is still the princess. We just need to figure out what's going on here, and we need to. But in the meantime, he's like, look, I still need to be her bodyguard stuff, and this, of course, like there's also assassins that are still after this girl as well. So we get that conclusion during the big monster fight as well. Like essentially, the lead assassin just dies because a rock hits him from like this is supposed to be a rock of debris from like the big monster battle that's going on, and he just falls off a cliff. And I think his death scene is probably one of the most hilarious things because he clearly catches the rock and then jumps off the set. It's just like, okay, he's dead. And it's just one of those things that's kind of funny. But the combination of Godzilla, Mothra, and Rodan are enough to drive away King Ghidorah and this entry in the Showa era. And then we get to Frankenstein versus Baragon. That's right, a kaiju Frankenstein. So this is the debut of both Frankenstein and Baragon. This was released in 1965, and actually throughout the most of this movie, Frankenstein starts off as, well, when we first see Frankenstein, he's really just a heart, because essentially Nazi scientists are giving this over to Japan for their experiments during World War II, and it ends up in Hiroshima. Well, we all know what happens to Hiroshima in World War II. So Frankenstein's heart gets irradiated and starts regenerating. They actually when they find Frankenstein, he's about the size of like a child. But he actually he keeps growing throughout the movie. Um, and sometimes he causes destruction by accident, but like he's not overly aggressive. Um, However, Baragon has been causing problems and destroying like farming villages or tearing up landscape and stuff and killing people. So everyone's blaming everything that Baragon's doing on Frankenstein because one, Baragon usually pretty much shows up, wrecks a place, and then burrows back underground. And everyone already kind of knows about Frankenstein, so it's like, oh, they didn't know about Baragon. So eventually, the two monsters clash because they're the protagonists of the movie are trying to prove that Frankenstein's innocent. Um, Frankenstein eventually triumphs over Baragon, and then this is where the movie has two endings. So the ending that actually got released. So as Frankenstein is triumphant over Baragon, the ground opens up, like a giant ground fissure opens up, and Frankenstein falls into the fissure and then disappears. What happened to Frankenstein? I don't know. But there's also another ending. Instead of the ground opening up and Frankenstein falling into that, a giant octopus shows up instead, and Frankenstein and the octopus fight for a little bit, and then the octopus pulls Frankenstein into the water, and that's how the movie ends. So, well, let's just say we've all seen enough hentai to know where that goes. If you want to do a fan fiction of that, but yeah, that's pretty much Frankenstein just dies both ways in the movies, so that's a thing. And then we get to Invasion of the Astro Monster. So this is also released in 1965, and this is actually the first time we really see an alien race. We've had like appearances, or we had like implied appearances of aliens before. Ghidorah was also King Ghidorah is also an alien monster, but this is the first time we actually see like them in flesh and blood with the Exilians. So this is also the first time that a lot of stock footage was used. Either like older Godzilla movie clips or like even clips from Rodan were used, or some of the other Toho movies were used just to fill in time. This is also the first time a Godzilla was co-produced with the American studio. Oh look, there's my first typo here. In which, so this is with the United Productions of America. I'm gonna go redeem my own hydrate there. So with the essentially the plot is here that the discovery of a new planet, which is known as Planet X, occurs, and they send out a team of astronauts to go investigate it. Eventually, the astronauts land on the planet. I know, right? American's duty. The When they land there, eventually they're first the American actor. Let's see here. Yeah, Nick Adams disappears. The ship disappears. The rocket that they used to get there disappears. So we're just left with the Japanese character there, and then eventually a tube opens up, and he's told to go in there by the aliens or the Exilians, and they tell him about how their planet's being attacked by King Ghidorah. And the Exilians ask if they could borrow Rodan and Godzilla to help them fight off King Ghidorah because they fought him off previously already. In which eventually they agreed to doing this, and it's kind of one of those things of they agreed to doing this, but it turns out the Exilians were already just like, cool, you said yes, we're already taking the monsters with us, and we're bringing them back. Like the Exilians knew exactly where Rodan and Godzilla were. They already set up how they're going to transport the monsters to Planet X, and so a lot of questions start getting raised. All of a sudden, like a lot of red flags are starting to come up now about the Exilians. Like, how are they so prepared already? What's going on? Like, and everything else. But of course, we have the fight between Godzilla Rodan against King Ghidorah. Um, the two monsters defeat King Ghidorah, and King Ghidorah flies off. Um, and then the Exilians, in a way of saying, "Hey, thanks for helping us out," supposed to give the Earthlings a wonder drug to solve all diseases and everything they could need. But it's stored on a tape player. They'll just have to figure out how to do all this stuff from just audio. Well, as soon as they go to play the tape actually is more of a declaration of war and demanding immediate surrender of. Yeah, this movie is bananas. This declaration of war, and essentially, here's your conditions for surrendering and everything, because we're just going to conquer the planet. Because one, they've already established like themselves several bases throughout the world and everything, or it's implied throughout the world. We only see the one base in Japan. Um, so you have the UFO saucers going around attacking the different cities throughout the world. You also have now under the control of the Exilians, Rodan and Godzilla, along with King Ghidorah, destroying cities as well. And really, this is where they use a lot of the stock footage just to show the monsters going on a rampage. Um, so they have to find a way to, one, break the control of the monsters, and then also how to deal with the Exilians. It's actually kind of already mentioned earlier that there's a inventor who's been working on like a new toy. I believe he was supposed to be a toy for children, but like it makes the worst noise I've ever heard. Imagine dial-up internet sound, but like also with the scratching of like on like a chalkboard with nails, all that. It's the most awful sound you could imagine. And that's the sound that they use to defeat the Exilians, because for some reason apparently only they are affected by this, and it causes all their ships to explode. Literally the sound causes like a house to explode. It's like it gets pretty wild there towards the end. And then once Godzilla, Rodan, and King Ghidorah are all freed from the control of the Exilians, they actually start to fight each other. And eventually ends with Godzilla and Rodan dragging King Ghidorah into the sea. But King Ghidorah flies off, but everyone's like, well, it's going to be a lot harder to kill Godzilla and Rodan than that. So, it's no one's doubting that Godzilla and Rodan survived that encounter. But yeah, that's the plot for Invasion of Astro Monster. And then we get to the War of the Gargantuas. So, this is the debut of Gyra and Santa, and this was released in 1966. And this serves as a loose sequel to Frankenstein vs. Baragon. So, it's in one of the things that this movie really starts off with is a shipping vessel that is, or I'm sorry, a fishing vessel, not shipping, fishing, is attacked by a giant octopus. Then a giant green monster appears, a giant humanoid green monster, the one that you see in the poster here, and fights the octopus. And some of the ship crew people are describing this as like a Frankenstein. That's how they're connecting this movie to Frankenstein versus Baragon. So eventually, Gyra, as the monster gets become called, does come ashore in Japan, starts causing problems, killing people, wrecking buildings, and stuff like that. So what the Japanese Self-Defense Force, actually, this is the first time we see the maser cannons, or essentially the machinery that you see like in a lot of these movies from here on out, that essentially just shoot lightning out, essentially, as there's like a special effect. And this is the first time we see the masers being used. Honestly, just even these posters are a lot. Yeah, welcome to these posters, because they get, wait until we get to the later ones, because they get even more. out there. But so the we have Gyra being attacked, and it seems like Gyra's about to be killed when the other Gargantua, Sanda, the brown one, shows up to rescue him, and they run off together. Um, Essentially, this is where they start to talk more about like the whole Frankenstein thing. Essentially, Sanda and Gyra are both parts of Frankenstein that regenerated on their own and in different conditions, and they've mutated over time as well, and they've become what they are now. Essentially, this also leads to like a brotherly bond between Gyra and Sanda. Sanda is more of the peaceful one. He's very non-violent. Just he just wants to hang out and chill. While Gyra's the one who's gonna start fights and eat people. In fact, when Sanda actually finds out about Gyra eating people, because essentially there's part of the movie where Gyra's just passed out and there's like torn clothing from people and stuff just littered around him. Um, Sanda gets upset about this and literally picks up a tree and starts beating Gyra with the tree. And Gyra's like, "What did I do? I just ate people. That's cool, right?" And this starts their big fight between each other. The JSDF is trying to do everything in their power to kill Gyra because Gyra's a threat. And they're like, "All right, Sanda's cool. We can keep him around, but we have to kill Gyra because he's too problematic." Um, Eventually, Sanda does it's through body language and stuff. Sanda is trying to get Gyra to change his ways, and it doesn't work out. But essentially, what's cool about their fight, because when Sanda finally gives up on making peace with Gyra, they start actually fighting. It's really like watching a big old wrestling match, but with people in rubber suits. Um, so this is a movie I recommend to anyone who likes pro wrestling. This is definitely the kaiju movie you need to see. It's dated by like special effects and everything because, well, one, this came out in the 60s. But if you like your pro wrestling and you're interested in kaijus, you definitely want to watch this movie just because it's like watching a giant wrestling match. And eventually, so we have them wrestling around throughout Tokyo. They wrestle out to sea, and then as the GFCF is trying to bomb the two monsters at this point because Sanda's just so caught up in the fight, it actually triggers an underwater volcano, and both monsters fall into the volcano and disappear. And that is their end. Womble. Welcome, Womble. This movie right here, War of the Gargantuans. We need to watch this. I got no notification. Dang, Womble, no notification. Sad times. Although Twitch notifications always be wild, so hopefully maybe like in an hour or so you'll get it. Yes. I'm glad to have you here, Womble. So, let us move on to the next one. So, Ebera, Horror of the Deep. So, this is the debut of Ebera, with the giant lobster creature over here. This was released in 1966. And, funny enough, this movie actually was supposed to use King Kong instead of Godzilla. So, this explains a whole lot of stuff that's happening at the movie. One, why all of a sudden now Godzilla is drawing power from lightning. And then two, why is he just fighting a giant lobster? Kind of seems a little bit beneath Godzilla to fight just a giant lobster. Because, like, Ebera has no special powers. Another thing is also we have, once again, an adult Mothra. So the Mothra larvae from before in Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster has now become a full-on adult. So that's also a thing that happens. And like Godzilla and Mothra fight briefly. Essentially, but I'll talk about that in a moment. But like the kind of the plot here for this movie is essentially we have what's known as the Red Bamboo. Like they're a terrorist organization that is set up like a base of operation in the Pacific Islands, and they're actually kidnapping people from Infant Island and forcing them to work as slaves. And if anyone tries to escape, he's a big lobster. Um, if anyone tries to escape, they're attacked by Ebra. So that's essentially their deterrent to keep people in. And of course, our group of people end up washed up on um, the island after one of the characters decides I'm going to go rescue my brother, and well, because his brother was lost at sea, and it turns out his brother actually ended up on Infant Island. So he got close. He got nearby. They were somewhere in the Pacific Islands. Eventually, our character or cast that we're following awakens Godzilla by using lightning to revive him. And then Godzilla and Ebra fight for a little bit at night. And then Ebra's like, all right, nope, I'm just going to leave because I am totally losing this fight. Um, and then Godzilla goes back to being Godzilla on the island. And this is also another weird thing that they did, because this is, once again, you have to remember throughout this movie, is that this is supposed to be King Kong originally in this role, not Godzilla. So Godzilla has like this fascination with like our lead female character, because just like Kong, but nothing really comes of it. Like there's just like this one scene that happens, and then the Red Bamboo uses their jet fighters, because for some reason the terrorist organization here already has like their own jet fighters to attack Godzilla. He also gets attacked by a giant condor randomly, because giant bird, why not? And like literally, is giant bird pecks Godzilla a couple times, and then Godzilla just uses his atomic breath and kills it. It's like, oh, right, that's not much of a fight. Um, and then we get eventually round 2 of Godzilla versus Ebra. Hey, thank you for subscribing. Oh, thank you, Kimmy, for gifting Womble a subscription. Make sure to use those emotes. So, yeah. So Godzilla and Ebra fight again round 2. And then this time, Ebra actually gets both his claws ripped off by Godzilla, for good measure. And it's kind of funny to see just Godzilla playing with Ebra's claws, just clamping them open and shut before discarding them. Godzilla then goes to wreck. Yes, these emotes. The frog emotes. And then Godzilla then eventually fights the Red Bamboo in their own military factory. And of course, the slaves, or the people who were enslaved by the Red Bamboo, have escaped at this point, and they essentially are waiting on Mothra to come pick them up, because the Twin Fairies are going to send them over to pick them up. And then, well, the island is going to be set to explode, because why not? If you're a secret terrorist organization, you got to blow up your own base, right? So in this case, they're going to blow up the whole island. So everyone has to get off. Mothra shows up to pick everybody up, except for Godzilla, because Godzilla's clearly too big. There's a brief tussle between Godzilla and Mothra, where Mothra just slaps Godzilla with her wing. Godzilla falls over. Mothra picks up everyone and then leaves. She's like, done with you and your nonsense, and just leaves. And it's like, alright. And then eventually Godzilla also gets off the island before it explodes, and he swims away as well. So, yeah. This is a movie that happens. And then we also, did I mention about King Kong before? Because we also get King Kong Escapes. So since Toho didn't get to make the Godzilla or King Kong movie featuring Kong last year, they make him another year later. So this movie comes out in 1967, and this is the first time we get to see Gorosaurus. a giant sea serpent, and Mechanicong. So Mechanicong, actually, funny enough, is the first robot duplicate monster and later inspired Mechagodzilla in the 70s. So once again, King Kong kind of beats Godzilla to the punch on getting to something in terms of what's going on um, with like fighting like a mechanical doppelganger. Um, a funny enough feature here about this movie is also the main antagonist, which you can kind of see over here. He is Doctor Who. So one of the big jokes is clearly this is one of the lost incarnation or lost reincarnations of Doctor Who that decided for some reason he was going to have King Kong mine for him in, let's see here, the Arctic for an element known as Element X. So yeah, that's a movie unto itself. Oh my god, Mechanical Kong's so doofy. Yeah, Mechanic Kong is really goofy looking. Um, Also, the King Kong suit is mostly the same, except they changed the head. And I find this head appearance to be even more goofy looking as well. Um, as for kind of like the plot for this movie, the short and sweet of it is essentially King Kong is living on like his own island. Um, and essentially like they play up the whole King Kong tropes of like the older movies. Essentially, Kong falls for a beautiful blonde woman. Turns out up bait to get taken off the island, and then he is actually instead brought to civilization, brought to the Arctic, so where he's mining for Element X, and essentially Mechanic Kong serves as more of like a warden to keep, or like essentially keeps Kong on his task by hypnotizing him. Eventually, Kong is able to escape, and then Mechanic Kong and King Kong fight on top of the Tokyo Tower, and essentially someone destroys the controls for Mechanic Kong, so he just falls off, and that's how Kong wins. Because, oops, lost control of Mechanic Kong and just fall off and broke. So, as for Gorosaurus and the giant serpent, they're really just shown on like when King Kong is still on the island. And this is just played up for just kind of like as references to like Skull Island back in like the older movies and stuff. And now the two yes. Now we get to Son of Godzilla. So this is the debut of Manila, or Baby Godzilla. Well, essentially the Son of Godzilla, Kamacuras and Kamunga. So Kamacuras is these giant praying mantis-looking creatures here, and then Kamunga is this spider over here. So that's right, arachnophobia. If you have arachnophobia, well, avoid this creature and avoid this movie. So Manila's name was actually decided in a raffle a couple weeks before the movie came out, or was it a few months? No, it was pretty close to when the movie actually came out. Once again, this movie also takes place in like one of the Pacific Islands instead of Japan. Essentially, like the whole premise of the movie is you have like a remote Pacific island. People are doing experiments on like weather control. And this ends up, instead of actually like cooling the island, like they wanted, it superheats the island. And everything becomes radioactive for a little while. So like these large mantis creatures that were about the size of people before are now full on kaiju. Well, we also had Godzilla had an egg on the island, or well, there is a Godzilla egg on the island. It's kind of implied that Godzilla may have laid this egg, but it's still tossed up in the air. There's nothing really definitive about it. But Godzilla does show up to essentially like take care of this newborn, because essentially Manila is forced out of the egg by the Kamacuras who plan to try to kill him, and Godzilla just shows up and wrecks all of them. And essentially, Manila kind of acts like a brat throughout most of the movie, because he is a baby. He is an infant still. So yeah, that happens a lot. Eventually, like we get some hijinks of like father son like stuff going on with Godzilla Manila, and then Another plot going on is like people are getting sick from just staying on the island, so they need to get off. Um, some of the curative stuff that they need to get to is actually past where Kumunga's lair is, so they have to sneak past that. Eventually, Kumunga starts attacking the people. Manila actually shows up first, and because he gets baited into this, and Kumunga's about to pretty much kill him because, well, one's a baby, the other one's a full-fledged giant spider monster. And then eventually Godzilla shows up. Both Godzilla and Kumunga fight for a while. Manila ends up helping out later on. And then, kind of as they close out the movie, the human characters decided, hey, let's try our experiment one more time with freezing over a Pacific island. And it actually works this time. Um, so, towards the end of the fight, like, it starts snowing on the island. And Manila and Godzilla together kill Kumunga. Um, and at this point, well, cold-blooded creatures don't like being in cold places. So Godzilla and Manila are trying to leave. Um, there was a sequence that was filmed but ultimately cut out of where Godzilla abandons Manila on the island as it's freezing over. But they decided to cut this out. Essentially, what happens is Manila falls over, and like Godzilla wanders off for a moment, and then realizes what happened. Turn and like now because of how everything's cut, he comes back around, and then Manila and Godzilla are both frozen together on the island. Um, but the human characters do mention it towards the end of the movie. It's like well, the island's gonna thaw out eventually, and they're both gonna be fine probably. In which case they are. And then this leads us to Godzilla vs. Hedorah. Now there's a couple of Godzilla movies that have been in between, or that were released in between these two, but they don't fall at this point in the timeline. So we'll talk about that later. So Godzilla vs. Hedorah, also known as Godzilla vs. Smog Monster, um, released in 1971. Essentially, the big premise of this movie is pollution's bad. Stop polluting the ocean. Stop polluting everything. And Hedorah is a creature of pollution. Um, Hedorah also gets the unique distinction of being the last monster in the Showa era not to be controlled by aliens. So that's also something. But Hedorah is also still somewhat an alien in nature, because like what forms as the nucleus is from space as well. And of course, so we end up having Hedorah through multiple forms fight Godzilla. Kind of like more like in it, you have like the tadpole form, its amphibian form, its flying form, and then its like more upright form fighting Godzilla throughout the movie. Pretty much the big plot points I kind of already talked about, just by hey, pollution's bad, don't pollute. Also, whoever made this movie, well, everyone who was involved in making this movie, I am 99% sure they were on drugs of some sort. Why? Because you have like a lot of trippy psychedelic moments in the movie. A lot of weird things just happen. There's a guy in a bar who like is drinking, and then like one moment everything seems like everyone's normal, and then all of a sudden the next moment it cuts to everyone having fish heads on. So why? I don't know. It's the 70s. Um, only this one question will. Yes, this stream will be archived on YouTube. Um, so yeah, if you need to go, don't feel pressure to stick around. There will be a Q&A portion later. But yeah, this stream is going to be archived for later. This is also the first time, actually, this is the first and really only time that Godzilla uses his atomic breath to fly. Essentially, after the big, I guess really this is still kind of the big climactic battle with Hedorah. Godzilla's just kind of like taking him apart, and like a fragment of Hedorah flies away. And Godzilla's like, no, 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 you're not getting away. So Godzilla just bends over and launches himself off like a jet using his atomic breath and just flies after him. I believe there was, I'm trying to remember which of the kaiju, which of the Godzilla books, it stated that Hedorah's flight speed is like Mach 2 or Mach 3. and Godzilla flies. So because Godzilla flies and catches and like speeds Hedorah and like drags him back, it's implied. So that I guess that implies that Godzilla is that paints. Oh my god, yeah. So Godzilla's flying at like speeds of like Mach 2 to Mach 3. So think about that. That Godzilla can fly that fast. It's kind of impressive. Um, so yeah, this is of course at this point Godzilla's full on superhero. At this point in the franchise as well. Like these movies are really more geared more to children at this point than adults. So I guess it makes sense that you're gonna have wacky shenanigans happen in these movies. And then this also leads us to Godzilla versus Gigan. So speaking of really out there character designs, Gigan kind of looks like a cyborg robotic chicken with hooks for hands and a buzzsaw in the chest. So yes, the buzzsaw actually works and he does actually use it as a weapon. Um, so this movie was released in 1972. Gigan is actually the first kaiju to make Godzilla bleed. Um, an interesting note here is the movie is only about 89 minutes long. Um, but a little about like 7 minutes of it, or a little more over 7 minutes of this movie, is really just stock footage. And at the same time, there's a lot of erroneous things that happen with the stock footage because it comes from so many different movies. Um, Particularly, like, they use footage from like Ghidorah the three-headed monster, like to show like Godzilla confronting Ghidorah. But if you pay attention to the shot, Mothra's there too, but Mothra's not actually in this movie. So like you have a lot of stuff like that happening, where it's like, wait, that's not there, and they didn't cover it up. So like this is where like really the filmmaking for Godzilla movies start to get really sloppy. But the plot is the plot's its own story. So we have once again aliens are invading the planet, covertly this time. They actually make a Godzilla theme park with like a giant Godzilla observatory tower that looks like Godzilla as like the centerpiece of the theme park. Um, and we eventually learn that the people running this theme park are the aliens, and the aliens themselves, like we don't see them too well. We only see their shadows of them, and they're giant cockroaches. So, giant cockroach people, aliens, and essentially they're invading the planet because their own planet was destroyed because of pollution and everything, and like nuclear war. So they're like, Earth is like our planet before we screwed it up. So we're just gonna take that planet from you because you don't deserve it because we learned from our mistakes, and you clearly have not realized what you're doing to your own planet. Um, oh my God, no, thank you. I know, right? Cockroaches. Um, However, both of their plan eventually fails. The Godzilla Tower is actually serves as the main mechanism for them to control Gigan and King Ghidorah. The tower gets destroyed because the human characters actually blow it up, and then essentially like Godzilla and this is where Godzilla and Anguirus, who's been helping Godzilla fight Gigan and Ghidorah, their fight, like they turn the tide in the battle. Gigan runs off, and so does Ghidorah because they're not going to stick around to get killed. This also does feature the first time we actually get translated dialogue for kaiju, because there's a conversation between Anguirus and Godzilla that takes place on Monster Island, or Monster Land, and no, it is Monster Island at this point. In which they kind of talk about, hey, something's fishy's going on, or Godzilla tells Anguirus that something fishing's going on. You need to go check it out. So that's a thing that happens a couple times in this movie. Just because it's like, yeah, sure, why not? It's the 70s. Let's do whatever we can. So yeah, this is a movie as well. And then we also get to Godzilla versus Megalon. So here we get Megalon and the best kaiju ever, clearly, and Jet Jaguar. Um, so this is released in 1973. I really started scraping like the bottom of the barrel here for like trivia facts with this particular movie because apparently, and I knew about this going into this, was there are literally no female characters in this movie, with the exception of the Seatopian dancers, who are just there for extras. Why this movie was cast the way it was, I don't know. It's 1973. Like literally, it follows two male characters, and like I guess one of them is his and a child. And, like I have no idea what the relation between all the characters really is. Besides, they seem to be like friends of each other somehow. Although why is there like a small child with them? Not sure. Um, Also, let's talk about the fact that we have Seatopians. So actual aliens, instead of actual aliens this time, we have people who are living beneath the ground and the end of the ocean. Um, they call themselves Seatopians, and they live in Seatopia, of course. And they worship Megalon as like a deity. So although Megalon, as we find out, is pretty not intelligent. Because in order to actually direct Megalon around, once they release Megalon to the surface, they actually have to use Jet Jaguar for a while after because the Seatopians take control of Jet Jaguar, and then this leads to eventually like our human protagonists do take back control of Jet Jaguar, and like Megalon just goes rampaging throughout Tokyo. Also, an interesting fact about Megalon's like attack on Tokyo is mostly done through stock footage, and most of the stock footage actually comes from Gigan over here, who actually also shows up for the big fight at the end. So our big fight ends up starting off with Jet Jaguar fighting Megalon because we find out that Jet Jaguar, who starts off as human size, can just change his size willy nilly, just grows to fight Megalon, and then they start fighting. And of course, as Megalon is losing, the Seatopians get a message that the Space Hunter Nebula M aliens are going to send in Gigan to help out, which is the aliens from the previous movie. Because, sure, why not? And then eventually, Godzilla also shows up to help out Jet Jaguar. By the way, Godzilla's like barely in this movie. Why is he in the title of this movie? Well, that's just because of marquee value. Jet Jaguar himself was actually a character that was created through a contest of like, hey, finding a new superhero to or new character to put in a Toho movie. But as you can see, his design is really similar to that of Ultraman. So Toho was like, yeah, we can't just make him the main character of the movie and expect to hold it up because by himself because well, the Ultraman comparisons would be pretty rough for us. So while making him still the feature of the movie, let's go ahead and put Godzilla in there as well. So that's how all this gets wrapped up together in a nice big bow. And of course, Godzilla and Jet Jaguar eventually defeat Gigan and Megalon. Another thing also to mention is if you've seen the Mystery Science Theater 3000 episode of this, there's an infamous scene where they mistranslate the Jet Jaguar theme music. If you haven't seen the episode of Mystery Science Theater 3000, I strongly recommend you go watch it. It's a lot of fun to go watch. One, just because they do a good job on riffing movies. So, plus it's also a Godzilla movie, and that's what we're here to talk about. Oh boy! And now we get into the TV series known as Zone Fighter. So, Godzilla wasn't just in movies; he was also in TV. At this point in Japan in the 70s, like TV was actually becoming a lot more popular than movies. So as a means to kind of just, hey, let's get more eyes on Godzilla, let's put him in the Zonefire TV series that we're gonna do, which is unfortunately Zone Fighter is really just pretty much a knockoff of Ultraman. If you've seen Ultraman, that's kind of how this goes. It did feature appearances from Godzilla, Gigan, and King Ghidorah. The show ran from like April 2nd to September 24th, but however, the show was canceled due to poor ratings. Ghidorah appears and fights against Zonefire, but ends up escaping the battle, which is pretty much very unusual for how these encounters usually go, because it's usually monster shows up, Zonefire shows up, they fight, and Zonefire kills the monster. Ghidorah getting away was unusual, and of course, Godzilla being the hero character at this point, being a superhero, it was whenever Godzilla shows up, it's usually Zonefire and Godzilla teaming up. Um, or occasionally, it does show they do spar against each other, but like the other one's trying to kill the other. And then Gigan also later shows up as well in this series, but he is actually killed off here. So Gigan, who had been surviving the last two movies, is actually killed here in a TV series. So yeah, it's pretty gruesome death too, because like you see essentially like Gigan is struggling for breath and like he's pretty much falling apart already before he has to fight Zone Fighter, and then Zone Fighter just kicks the tar out of him and then blows him up. So yeah, oof, it's rough for our buddy Gigan there. The funky cyborg chicken dinosaur. So this leads us into, after Zone Fighter, we now go to Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla. So this is the debut, the first time we really see Mechagodzilla, and we see King Caesar. This is released in 1974, and this served as like the 20th anniversary film. Now this is an interesting movie, because one, this is like I mentioned before, this is the first time we get to see Mechagodzilla, and we also get a new group of aliens. They are the aliens from the third planet from the black hole. Try saying that like 3 times fast. Essentially, this starts off with a prophecy that occurs during a festival during in Okinawa, essentially foretelling that a terrible calamity is going to approach or is going to happen, and it's going to be through like a giant monster, and then like King Caesar and another monster are going to have to fight said monster in order to save the day. So when the prophesied destroyer shows up, well, it's to everyone's surprise, it looks like Godzilla. Eventually, we have Anguirus here show up and he fights what everyone thinks is Godzilla at the time. And then we can see like Anguirus manages to land a glancing blow on this Godzilla, and like we can see like there's some sort of metal underneath under the skin. This is our first implication that this isn't actually Godzilla and this is actually Mechagodzilla. Anguirus does get his jaw broken for his efforts here and is forced to retreat. And then eventually, as this fake Godzilla is rampaging around, goes into Tokyo, he ends up fighting against the real Godzilla. Eventually, the Mechagodzilla sheds the fake Godzilla suit, and then so we have Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla for the first time. And Godzilla and Mechagodzilla during their first clash actually have like a beam struggle, essentially, if you've watched enough anime, between Mechagodzilla's eye beams and Godzilla's atomic breath. Both monsters, like, they clash for a little bit before the explosion goes off. Mechagodzilla short circuits from the explosion, and Godzilla gets thrown into Tokyo Bay. So essentially, with Mechagodzilla now short circuiting, oh hey Tank, what's up? So far we've just been going over like the Showa era stuff, but we still have a lot of Godzilla to cover. So we still have the Heisei and other time periods to cover. So welcome on in. And we're still gonna cover the rest of the Showa era here. So with that happening, um, will this be on the midterm? Probably. Probably will be. Expect everything to be on the midterm. Um, so after this clash, we have essentially our human characters are now transporting a statue that they need to bring to Okinawa, or bring from Tokyo to Okinawa. And they actually decide to take it by boat because reasons. Um, this aids to actually some of the aliens from the third planet from the black hole actually are also on the boat. They try to steal the statue, um, and well, actually, it's just one alien shows up, and funny enough, he actually gets wounded, and so he actually because he gets wounded, his disguise starts to fail as well. So essentially, he just kind of looks like a dude wearing a gorilla mask, sort of. Um, yeah, that's a thing. Apparently, the real form of like these aliens is that they kind of look like gorillas with some of them have horns on them because reasons. I guess that's just the design they went for the aliens. And then with it turns out like the guy actually had like the statue and he just goes overboard with the statue. So like they're kind of like, oh no, well that alien just threw himself off the boat with the statue. What are we gonna do? But it turns out that one of the human characters was like, well, I was smart enough to actually have it locked, the actual real statue locked up in the ship's safe away, and then I had a fake one made so that they would just go after that. So, haha, convenience of the plot there. Also during this time, this is where Godzilla gets his a big power up in the movie. Absurdly creative, yeah. So Godzilla once again draws strength from lightning and actually develops his magnetic powers here. That he's going to use later in the big fight with Mechagodzilla. Essentially, from here, like the statue is brought to the Okinawa priestess, and then we get the whole awakening ceremony for King Caesar. The other human characters are also fighting the aliens as well, and the aliens also launch Mechagodzilla to try to kill King Caesar before he awakens. That doesn't really happen. So King Caesar and Mechagodzilla fight. And then eventually Godzilla joins in on that fight too. The writing has always been top. Yeah, certainly has been. So King Caesar and Godzilla eventually defeat Mechagodzilla. And of course, all the aliens get defeated as well. And pretty much the day is saved. It's pretty much a good day for everyone, except Anguirus, whose jaw is still broken. But this leads us into our sequel, which is Terror of Mechagodzilla. Because, it worked the first time. Why not bring back Mechagodzilla? So, we also get the debut of Titanosaurus over here. This movie is released 1 year later in 1975. This is the last Godzilla movie not to have Godzilla in the title. Essentially, all the other Godzilla movies do have Godzilla in the title, and referring to Godzilla the character. I guess depending on how you want to slice it, yeah, it does have Godzilla in the title because it's Mechagodzilla, but it doesn't really feature the Godzilla character in the title. Also, the final movie in which Godzilla is not attacked by armed forces. Because essentially, once again, we still have Godzilla as a super good guy here, but Godzilla kind of takes more of like a anti-hero, not really like, or, I mean, he's still heroic in like the legendary movies, but like, he still gets attacked, by like armed forces and stuff, so, and then this is also the last movie that was directed by Ishiro Honda. So he is the one who directed the original Godzilla. So a couple things to note about this movie because of its plot. So essentially, this picks up with people trying to salvage the remains of Mechagodzilla. They can't find anything. The submarines are then attacked by Titanosaurus. And this leads into a whole thing of, well, alright, where'd this giant dinosaur come from and why is it attacking the subs? people start doing research on Titanosaurus, and this leads them to finding out about like a scientist known as Dr. Mifune and his daughter. Um, his daughter actually kind of serves as like a surrogate, or I guess really kind of like, hey, look, my father's dead. He's totally not alive. But um, like here's his research notes and like trying to like kind of providing a little bit of guidance, but like it's later than like, and then later after dealing with like these human characters, like she's like goes back into like the underground tunnel. It's like, and her father is still actually alive, and he's working with the aliens from the previous movie as well, and he's been working to help restore Mechagodzilla, and his daughter is also a cyborg. Yeah. Um, and she actually serves as the control unit for Mechagodzilla. So that's a whole lot to take in there. Um, so the human characters at this point are trying to figure out a way to deal with Titanosaurus because they don't know about Mechagodzilla being rebuilt yet. Um, they come across, or they realize that Titanosaurus's weakness is ultrasonic waves. So they make a sonic emitter to deal with Titanosaurus. Um, and then it turns out that our cyborg character decides, yeah, no, that's not going to be allowed. So she actually sabotages the equipment for it, and then this leads so Titanosaurus goes rampaging through Tokyo, only to be confronted by Godzilla. So the two fight briefly before Titanosaurus retreats. Um, and then later on throughout the movie, we do get a when the aliens decide, all right, we're done messing around. It's time for a full-on invasion of the planet. So they actually send out both Mechagodzilla and Titanosaurus. Godzilla confronts both of the monsters there, and kind of gets the tar beaten out of him because it's 2-on-1. And there's actually a part in the movie where Godzilla gets buried alive by them. It isn't until essentially um, that they manage to get like a new ultrasonic wave frequency emitter working on Titanosaurus that Godzilla comes back out of the ground, and with Titanosaurus being incapacitated, is able to fight Mechagodzilla more evenly. They clash for a while, and then this leads eventually to another part in the movie where essentially our cyborg character ends up dying, and because of her death, Mechagodzilla isn't able to really defend himself anymore because the controller is gone, and Godzilla is able to finally destroy Mechagodzilla again. As for the aliens, they're also swiftly dealt with as well. So that's how this movie wraps up. And then this leads us into the final movie of the Showa era. So, Destroy All Monsters. So this movie was actually released in 1968. This is the several kaiju from other Toho movies first get wrapped into this Godzilla franchise here. So this is where we actually, because this is why all those other movies that didn't feature Godzilla are considered canon. So we have Varan, we got Manda, we got Baragon, all coming back. Gorosaurus is over here. So like all these other movies that didn't feature Godzilla, from this point, like this is why like they are all considered canon because they all get tied up here. Has the most kaiju to appear in any of the Godzilla films. Was intended at the time to be the last Godzilla movie. So the Godzilla franchise was supposed to end here, but because it was such a success, they kept it going. In the Japanese version of the film, this takes place at the end of the 20th century. However, in the American version, they state the year is 1999, or the far future year of 1999, in which man travels to the moon on a daily basis. Yeah, that's not a thing. Here we are in 2021. We still don't go to the moon anymore. So yeah, so much for all this future technology that they predicted that we would have by now. Of course, Godzilla, Rodan, and King Ghidorah are controlled by aliens for the second time. And this is actually the only time in the Godzilla franchise where Mothra is actually controlled by aliens. So yeah, that's also a thing. This is also the first time in like I believe that we've seen Mothra without the twin fairies or the Shobijin. Um, so essentially, the basic premise of this movie is that Earth is once again, Earth had managed to contain all of the monsters, all of Earth's monsters on the monster land, where they can live out peacefully. Essentially, like, but they're confined to the island. Um, but like Rodan, for example, can still like go hunting and like it has like a limited space to fly around and stuff like that. And like they actually use non-violent ways to really contain the monsters. So it's not like it actually hurts them. It's just like either they have like magnetic waves that would keep the monsters from flying away, like Rodan, or like they release like pheromones and stuff to keep Godzilla from swimming away too far. So they have ways to keep the monsters in check. Um, but of course, an alien race known as the Keelax this time show up, take control of the monsters, and then let them loose onto like the major cities of the world. So like Paris, New York, Hong Kong, Moscow, all get attacked by different monsters. Of course, Tokyo as well later gets destroyed as well. Eventually, the control of the monsters is broken, and then with the exception of King Ghidorah, um, and all the monsters go to Mount Fuji, where the aliens have set up their base. Um, and of course, this is when the alien or the Keelax really let King Ghidorah out to go fight the monsters, and well, it doesn't end really well for King Ghidorah because I think it's ended up being like 11-on-1, which is hardly a fair fight. Um, because essentially, so King Ghidorah just gets killed here because 11-on-1 is not good odds, and so with King Ghidorah dead, the aliens or the Keelax use their last ditch of the Fire Dragon, which is just one of their spaceships set on fire. Eventually, the SY-3 rocket that you see up here actually destroys that, and then the aliens are them themselves destroyed. And at this point, the monsters all return to Monster Island on their own, and just kind of live out the rest of their days in peace. So that is how the Showa era ends. So we've made it to the end of the Showa era, everyone. That's the good news. So we managed make it through for the first of these Godzilla eras. And now we get to the Heisei era. So essentially what happens here is pretty much this is Buck Wild, yeah. So everything that we knew before, with the exception of the first Godzilla movie, with the exception of Gojira, forget all of it. We're in a new continuity, new timeline. So, but this movie is a lot more. Well, I wouldn't say a lot more simpler, just less movies to keep up with. So once again, we have the first Gojira, or the first Godzilla. He shows up and attacks Japan, or attacks Tokyo. He's later then killed by the oxygen destroyer, and everything, and bones and all disintegrate. So first Godzilla killed in 1954. And then we later have the return of Godzilla. This is like the first entry in the Heisei era, although technically we're still in the Showa political period at this point, but that's nitpicking for how this series gets produced. So this is the first film to ignore the previous entries except for the first and set up a new continuity. Essentially, what happens is this is the appearance of a second Godzilla, kind of what happened like in Godzilla Raids Again. We have a whole new Godzilla that's separate from the first one from 1954. This cover, oh yeah, no, this is where the poster images get wild and intense. So this Godzilla, kind of metal, yeah, metal as fuck here. This Godzilla is really but actually focuses a lot of like more political drama. But this time it's really just Godzilla himself. He's not fighting another monster. A lot of elements from the Cold War kind of get involved because essentially Godzilla ends up sinking a Russian submarine. This starts a big political conflict because the Russians are blaming, well, I guess really technically the Soviets are blaming the Americans for sinking their sub. The Americans are saying we had nothing to do with it, and that's when Japan goes, yeah, Godzilla's the one who sank your sub. At this point, both the Soviets and Americans are wanting to use nuclear weapons to kill Godzilla, because that's how they feel that needs to be dealt with. Um, but Japan, the Prime Minister of Japan tells both of the foreign ambassadors that no, we're not going to use nuclear weapons um, on Godzilla because of how much destruction like the weapons themselves would cause. So with little to we also have like another human plot going on where essentially they kind of realize that like after Godzilla attacks like a nuclear power plant, it drains like the reactor of its nuclear energy. That Godzilla can actually be lured away by bird calls. Why bird calls? I don't know. That's just the MacGuffin for this movie, because it doesn't come up again in any other movie. But so they realize that like by using bird calls, they can redirect Godzilla. It's just a matter of setting up the network to do so, and also where to redirect Godzilla to. Um, Another thing that does come up is also that the Soviets had a secret, like, well, quote unquote secret, observatory or well group that's supposed to be observing what's going on in Japan. And essentially, one of the Soviet members of this team is supposed to report in every so often in order to prevent a nuke from being launched onto Tokyo. Because they're figuring, hey, as long as he's reporting in, we don't need to nuke Tokyo because that's where Godzilla's gonna show up. Because that's where everyone figures Godzilla's going to eventually. Because it's one Godzilla. The This gets edited pretty drastically in the American release of this movie, because once again, the American release of this movie drastically edits the Japanese version, cuts stuff out, rearranges stuff, um, and also adds in like once again it brings back Raymond Burr to play the character of Steve Martin that he played in the original Godzilla, or when they did the edits then, um, which well boy the backstage or the behind the scenes drama that occurred because of that, because Raymond Burr wanted this movie to be treated seriously because this he realized that this is a serious movie. So he was like, "Look, the tone of this movie is very serious. It's very grim and it's very dark. Like, not only is it like the tone, but like the atmosphere as well." Um, but like essentially, the American company that was redoing it, um, um, they wanted to make it into a big like comical joke because of, like the special effects weren't really stacked up to like Hollywood standards. So they're like, oh, let's just turn this movie that's serious into a comedy. Raymond Burr didn't really like it like that, so they eventually he pretty much goes like, look, if you don't turn this into a serious movie or take this seriously, then I'll just walk off set. And so essentially, Raymond Burr using his influence got this movie turned back from a comedy to a more serious movie. Although there are still jokes that are made throughout the American version of this movie. Although good luck getting that cut of the movie these days, because it was never released on DVD or a Blu-ray legally, and so it only exists on VHS. So that's kind of like some behind-the-scenes stuff there. Um, and then with kind of going back to the plot of the movie, because the one thing that gets edited and changed is essentially the Soviet Union guy. And what happens in the Japanese cut is that when Godzilla attacks, he's not able to report in. But he realizes, hey, launching a nuke's a bad idea. So while he's still a still conscious and everything. He's gonna try to hold off on launching the nuke. Um, but he in the Japanese version he fails to meet it. But in the American version, they edited that all around, so now he's actually moving to launch the nuke, and he does so successfully. Because of course, Americans and Soviet Union at the time are clashing in the Cold War, so let's make the Soviet Union look bad. So that's another edit that happens here. So we have that nuke being launched. While this is happening, Godzilla's fighting the new GSDF super weapon known as the Super X. The Super X actually uses cadmium missiles that are actually able to absorb the nuclear radiation internally from Godzilla. So it temporarily puts him into a coma. However, when the nuke gets launched and then later intercepted above Tokyo, the fallout from that, like all the radiation fallout from that, is enough to revive Godzilla, and then Godzilla proceeds to destroy the Super X. The At this point, we also have finalized the bird call mechanism is finally set up, and the plan is to lure Godzilla to a volcano known as Mount Mihara, in which they use the bird calls, they drag Godzilla into the volcano, and they force the volcano to erupt so that Godzilla falls in, and Godzilla is trapped in the volcano. And they're like, we have dealt with Godzilla for now, until we get to Godzilla versus Biolante. So this is the first time we also get a. So this is technically the first of the Heisei Godzilla movies to take place during the Heisei political era. This is also the debut of Biolante, and this Biolante is perhaps one of the most out there Godzilla monsters. So essentially, Biolante is the cross between a human, a rose, and Godzilla. Yeah. So, and Biolante has two forms: a more like the rose form that we kind of see here, and a more bestial, crocodilian form that we see later on. Ah, yes, yes. I did show this movie in the Discord at one point. So, yeah, Biolante is a monster. So the basic premise of essentially what happens throughout this movie is we first start off back in 1984, right after Godzilla's attack. We find people are, oh hey Munchkin, what's up? Welcome to the stream. We're here just talking about Godzilla timelines, and we are currently in the Heisei timeline. So we're back in 1984. They have people collecting the Godzilla cells from Godzilla's attack because they want to use them for science stuff. What science stuff? I don't know. Just science stuff at this point. We then have a American team that was sent in covertly to collect the Godzilla cells. They're not supposed to be there. The Japanese find out about it and try to arrest them. The Americans just shoot them, and they're trying to run off. Well, as the Americans are making their escape, they are intercepted by a Seradian agent. Seradia being a fictional country made up for this movie that's probably a stand-in for Saudi Arabia. And the Seradian agent takes the cells and escapes back to Seradia. We then cut to a Japanese scientist who lives in Seradia, him and his daughter. They are called in to work on the Godzilla cells. And it turns out, well, the Americans don't like being, robbed of their prize. So they actually bomb the facility, in Seradia, killing the daughter, Erica. I remember her name because she's important for this movie. And essentially, her death, along with the Godzilla cells, are also ruined because of the explosion. Her father takes her DNA and crosses it with a rose at this point. So and this is where we also get a time skip 5 years. So we're in 1989, and somehow because of the cross in DNA, Erica's spirit lives on within these roses, although they just look like ordinary roses. Um, so we have also someone who has a strong, who has ESP powers, is able to communicate with like different plant life, or communicate with, or through ESP is able to communicate with the roses supposedly. Although apparently when she goes, Miki Sagusa, and she's going to be a reoccurring character throughout these movies. Um, she doesn't really get an established connection with with Erica here, um, but they they kind of move on. Like in the next scene, they apparently have like a whole ESP facility full of children. Like they have a lot of children who have strong psychic powers, and but they've all been having a reoccurring dream, and they all start having the same dream. Like at first, it's mentioned it's just a few of them, and then it's more and more of them, and then they're all dreaming of the same thing now, and it's the return of Godzilla. So they kind of mentioned this to like a couple of the people in the GSDF, like, hey, a bunch of psychics are having premonitions of Godzilla returning, and it's one of those things of like the GSDF's like, all right, cool, we'll keep an eye on Godzilla, but we can't really do anything like with this information at this point. Um, we then do get eventually um, the GSDF does fly over Mount Mihar to confirm that Godzilla is actually still active within the volcano. So they're like, all right, he's in the volcano moving around, but he's still trapped there. But like they kind of go on like alert level 1. It's like, all right, we gotta be prepared just in case something happens, just in case. So what happens? Well, we have a couple things happen. A small eruption, not enough to, a small eruption occurs on Mount Mihara, which shatters like the roses that were like Erica was that is now like Erica's spirit is now in. So her father decides they join on this project that they're experimenting Godzilla cells with, because they're also developing a anti-nuclear bacteria for when Godzilla comes back. Because clearly the plan is to use bioweapons or biochemical weapons to defeat Godzilla. And this is the anti-nuclear bacteria. But he decides, I'm going to take these Godzilla cells and use them, and this is what ends up creating Biolante. So eventually, the American Genetics Corporation, known as Biomajor, is like, hey, we know he's got these Godzilla cells that are off-site. So that's sir, why? Because the reason why he combines the Godzilla cells, the Rose cells, and and his daughter's cells together is to keep Erica alive in some form. Um, you got to have the scientist that makes the poor life choices here, the mad scientist. And this is who we have here. So eventually, the Biomajor people try to break into the lab. Yeah, exactly. Try to break into his lab to try to steal the Godzilla cells. The Seradian agent also shows up from before. Um, they have a brief scuffle before Biolante interrupts them and kills one of the Biomajor agents. The other one gets away, and so is the Seradian agent as well. But after cutting off one of Biolante's tentacles, we then later see Biolante in her full form, as like in her rose form, anyways. And at this point, one of the the surviving Biomajor guy decides, you know what? I'm gonna make them hand over the Godzilla cells by planting explosives around Mount Mihara that will destroy the volcano and release Godzilla. Unless they give me the Godzilla cells. So they send a couple people out to go and do these negotiations. This plan goes sideways when the Seradian agent shows up again, and steals the Godzilla cells, kills the Biomajor guy as well. So they have no way to stop the explosions, and Godzilla returns. So we have Godzilla freed from Mount Mihara. and he is moving towards confronting Biolante. He does get into a brief scuffle with the new JSDF super weapon, Super X2, but pretty much just wins that confrontation there. Um, because the JFDF can't handle Godzilla. And so we have Godzilla versus Biolante round one. Turns out grass type Pokemon are weak to fire type Pokemon, and this logic applies here too. So Godzilla ends up defeating Biolante here, and Biolante is reduced to dust that scatters up into the sky. There is a neat little scene that got cut out, essentially with Biolante's defeat here. All the flowers around the lake that Godzilla and Biolante were fighting were supposed to bloom. It would have been a nice little sequence if they left it in. They filmed it and everything, but it got cut out. I don't know why, but yeah. And then Godzilla goes rampaging around throughout Tokyo again. No, he goes to Osaka this time. They're expecting, and this is actually leads to a reoccurring thing that you need to understand about like with this series. The JSDF cannot predict where Godzilla is going. They say he's going to show up in one area, and they actually like because it's like, oh, it's really close to where he is. It has like 3 nuclear power plants there. And Godzilla's probably worn out from having fought Biolante and like just getting out of Mount Mihara, and he hasn't fed in like 5 years, so he's probably gonna be really hungry. So he's gonna go to the place where there's like a bunch of like food for him. So like that's what the GSDF sets up for. Godzilla doesn't go there. He goes to Osaka instead, where there's only 1 nuclear power plant to feed instead. So the GSDF gets completely caught off guard by this. So the big thing here is the GSDF cannot track Godzilla while he's underwater. This is going to be a reoccurring thing that happens throughout this series, within the Heisei series. So it's important I mention this now because it's going to be important for something else later. So to try to stall for time to evacuate Osaka, and also so like the GSDF can get the Super X2 back over to where Godzilla is going now. They have Miki Sagusa, the psychic from earlier, try to stall Godzilla. So she tries to use her psychic powers to like stop Godzilla, like to stall him out, and it's more of she stares at Godzilla for a while and then she collapses because, well, have you tried to use psychic powers on a giant nuclear dinosaur? It doesn't end well. But it's also kind of important that this scene happens because this establishes the psychic connection between Miki Sagusa and Godzilla as well. And that's going to be something that gets played up a lot in the following movies as well. So Godzilla destroys Osaka, but during the process, they are able to actually inject Godzilla with the anti-nuclear bacteria as well. And then also the Super X2 gets destroyed. So, but hey, at least they got the anti-nuclear bacteria on Godzilla. And so they're hoping that like that's going to start taking effect and that's going to weaken Godzilla. But it turns out Godzilla's body temperature is too cold for the bacteria to really reproduce at an effective rate to do anything to Godzilla. So they have to come up with a way to heat up Godzilla's body. So they actually use artificial lightning generators. They lure Godzilla over to like this place where they actually start doing that and heating up Godzilla's body. And at some point they're like, oh wow, it's actually taking effect. Well, while this is happening, Biolante comes back again in her second form, or her beast form, to fight Godzilla. So because now Godzilla's weakened, Godzilla and Biolante fight. It's actually kind of a violent fight, and although like Godzilla gets stabbed through the hand and he gets like just pierced and like sprayed acid with by Biolante, Godzilla does eventually manage to get like an atomic breath down Biolante's mouth and out through her back and explodes. So essentially mortally wounding Biolante there. And then but at this point Godzilla's also so weak. Yes, the bitey tentacles, of course, too. Godzilla's so weak from like the nuclear bacteria that he actually just staggers over back to the ocean and collapses. Um, Biolante returns back to space as the particles, kind of giving Biolante like it's kind of noted that Biolante is kind of immortal. Because essentially, anytime like her physical form gets destroyed, she can just go back into like the particles and return to space. Um, and we also get like a brief image of Erica, the person that was whose human cells were used to make Godzilla or make Biolante. So kind of implying that Erica was the one in control of Biolante at this point in the movie, um, as the implication there. And then with Godzilla in the sea, eventually his body temperature starts to cool down. We also get another appearance of the Sororian agent, and he kills the scientist that was responsible for Biolante, because essentially he was the one that was also head of like he ends up being the head of the anti-nuclear bacteria, and the Soradians don't want any more production of anti-nuclear bacteria for whatever reason. And then we get a nice brief chase sequence that happens, and eventually the Seradian agent makes the poor life choice of standing on top of one of the artificial lightning generators and gets zapped. So, yeah, that's how you deal with your assassin here, is just bait him into a giant bug zapper. So, of course, because of Godzilla's body being in the ocean, his body starts to cool down, and he gets back up again because like he's kind of woken up now that the bacteria is starting to lose its effect on him, and then retreats back into the sea. So that is Godzilla versus Biolante. We now move into Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. And so this movie, it was released in 1991, and this is the first time time travel. Oh look, time. Yeah, or no, first time time travel is used in a Godzilla film. Um, this also lets us see the first time Godzilla as a non-mutated dinosaur. And we also get the debut of Mecha King Ghidorah. So this also leads into the most convoluted time travel aspect in our most convoluted plot line in the Godzilla franchise. Because the whole premise of this movie is that people from the future, or the Futurians, show up in a UFO, which is actually their time machine, to supposedly help Japan solve the problem of Godzilla by erasing him from history. Well, when they go back in time, they go back to the island that the Godzillasaurus, or where Godzilla was before he mutated. Godzillasaurus is pretty much the best name that they came up with for Godzilla before he mutated. So they go back in time to what's known as Lagos Island, to try to move Godzilla away. They're like, let's move the dinosaur away before he turns into Godzilla. They bring in a lot of people who are supposed to be, that the Futurians say are expert Godzilla people, including Miki Sagusa from the previous movie. And she does establish that the dinosaur that they find on the island is the same Godzilla that she saw in the other movies, or well, the previous movie. So once they're like, all right, cool, that's the dinosaur that we need to move. Of course, this island is actually, or the time period they go to is during World War II. So you have the Japanese and American forces fighting over it in the Pacific. And it's one of those things that the Godzillasaurus attacks the American forces because they go into his territory. So the Godzillasaurus kills several American soldiers before they start to bombard him with like their destroyers. And essentially, when the Japanese leave the island, they salute him and just can't leave him to die. Kind of like a tragic fate, because it's like, well, the Japanese are like, well, we can't take him back to the mainland, but they're like, we hope that he recovers. And he's just, as he's still laying there bleeding out, which I don't know how much time is supposed to have passed between when Godzilla was wounded by the naval vessels and to the time like the Japanese leave the island, because that's supposed to be the end of the war, because they do time travel again. to the end of the war once they've verified that that's the dinosaur they're looking for. Because they want to make sure that the Godzillasaurus does what he needs to do on the island before they try to move him. So, where do they move the Godzillasaurus? Well, they move the Godzillasaurus out to the ocean, somewhere where they're like, oh, he'll be fine. He won't turn into Godzilla. And then, as they're leaving this time, one of the Futurians releases what's known as Dorats, or three little creatures known as Dorats, essentially onto the island. Why? Because the idea is essentially the Futurians are actually replacing Godzilla in history with King Ghidorah, because the Dorats turn into King Ghidorah, and the Futurians can control Ghidorah as well. But of course, so that's something that comes up as soon as they come back. Another thing is that starts to become red flags on their plan is everyone still remembers Godzilla. This isn't like a multiverse thing. It's like they set up time travel here to be like a time loop. Essentially, if you go back and change the past, it affects the present, kind of deal. It's the multiverse theory. So the fact that everyone still remembers Godzilla, also Miki Sagusa still has a psychic connection to Godzilla as well, brings up a lot of red flags of, hey, wait a second, they may not have actually erased Godzilla from history. And it does get mentioned again in like a brief throwaway line that where they transport the Godzilla source into the Bering Straits, actually a Russian nuclear submarine had crashed and sank there. So the implication being that that the dinosaur mutated into Godzilla anyways. So this is the dinosaur. This dinosaur is the Godzilla that shows up in 1984 in Godzilla vs. Biollante. So essentially, their plan to go change history didn't do anything. Like, all these sequences of events were already preordained to happen. So, yay, time travel plot that gets really confusing and a lot of people kind of get hung up on ultimately means nothing at all. The biggest thing is, though, the human characters are also under the belief that, sure, maybe we remember Godzilla for some reason, but we should go send out another nuclear submarine to go mutate the dinosaur. And it turns out Godzilla's already awake as well, and attacks the nuclear submarine loaded with nuclear missiles. So he mutates and actually gets he just gets bigger and stronger from this. So at this point, Godzilla goes to fight King Ghidorah and defeats King Ghidorah, and then also kills some of the Futurians as well. And then Godzilla goes on a rampage. So, Godzilla goes from being the hero for a moment to, oh no, we brought back Godzilla again. Darn it. And Godzilla starts wrecking their cities again. So at some point, the one Futurian who decided to turn sides and goes, you know what? We should do something about Godzilla. That's a problem if he keeps wrecking Japan. So she time travels to the future and actually uses always with the rampaging. Yeah, Godzilla just likes to rampage. So she time travels to the future and uses the future technology to turn the remains of King Ghidorah into Mecha King Ghidorah, and then time travels back with Mecha King Ghidorah to fight Godzilla in the climax of the movie. And then eventually they both end up in the ocean. But she manages to escape sinking into the depths of the ocean, and Godzilla gets back up as well. So, and that is Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah. We now cut to Godzilla vs. Mothra. So this is the reverse of the other movie. Before it was Mothra versus Godzilla, and now Godzilla takes front billing here as the lead monster, and we also get the debut of Batra, or the evil Mothra. Also, this poster is a little bit misleading, as we don't actually have Mothra twins, or Mothra larvae twins. We only have the one Mothra larvae. Also, another thing that's interesting about this movie is that there were actually two Godzilla suits used. One of the suits was stolen at one point, and then later found in the on the docks of Tokyo Bay. Um, so this is actually that was something that happened in real life. Like the suit when they found it was like pretty much beat up. So they used what they could from the suit and then retired it later. Um, After this movie. But essentially, they kind of like the basic premise for Godzilla versus Mothra. Here is once again, it's like a very strong environmental message. You have a company that's doing a lot of deforestation. Also, does kind of take a lot of elements from Indiana Jones for some reason because you have one of the main characters is a treasure hunter and just going around taking like artifacts on like sacred sites and or like from temples and stuff. So you have like Indiana Jones hijinks and stuff for like pit traps and stuff like that happening. Um, so that's a thing that happens throughout this movie, or at least well, just the beginning really. Um, Eventually, they decide to take Mothra's egg back to Tokyo, along with the Shobijin, the twin fairies, who I believe are actually called the Cosmos in this timeline. Um, and the guy or like one of the companies that was responsible for all the deforestation was like, wait a moment, we can make a lot of money by charging people to see this stuff. Um, so once again, greedy businessmen being greedy businessmen. Um, this leads to at some point Godzilla decides to show up and attack the ship, and Mothra hatches out of her egg and starts fighting Godzilla the best that she can. It's just one baby Mothra versus Godzilla. Uh, at this point, we also have been already kind of seeing like that there's another creature kind of prowling around, and we finally get to have Batra confront Godzilla. It's kind of funny because when Batra shows up on the scene, he just knocks Mothra out of the way and then starts fighting Godzilla. Eventually, both Batra and Godzilla during this scene eventually fight towards the depths of the ocean, and then both of them fall into an undersea volcano. From here for like the next part, like a good chunk of the movie, where pretty much they just recycle the plot to Mothra, with the fairies being kidnapped, to they gotta rescue the fairies from the greedy businessmen and stuff like that. So, okay, phone call. All right, BRB. So yeah, so that's a thing that happens as well. I'm gonna take a self hydrate there. If you haven't hydrated in a while, make sure you hydrate because I've been going on for 2 hours at this point. Good lord, how long is the stream gonna be? Um, so yeah, that's kind of what happens there. Well, for this part, and then what happens as essentially once they've kind of resolved like the Mothra part plot again. Once again, at this point, also Mothra has reached the full adult stage. Godzilla shows up out of Mount Fuji because Mount Fuji erupts because Godzilla has traveled all the way from an undersea volcano in the Pacific, swam through all the magma, and came up in Mount Fuji to go into Tokyo. Um, we also see Batra comes back as well. Batra transforms into his adult form as well. And we have a brief struggle between Mothra and Batra. And then Batra fights Godzilla. And Mothra fights Godzilla as well. Eventually leading to Batra and Mothra teaming up. And they both defeat Godzilla. Although Batra dies in the process of it. And then Mothra at the end of the movie flies off into space to go destroy a meteor because that's supposed to collide with the planet in the year 1997, if I remember correctly. But Batra was supposed to do it, but Mothra just takes up Batra's role instead because Batra died. So that's what happened there. And that brings us to the end of Godzilla vs. Mothra. We now get to Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2. So this, despite the title of the name, it actually has nothing to do with the previous Mechagodzilla from the Showa era. Although what's interesting, and I forgot to mention here, is that the Mechagodzilla here is actually built from the salvaged remains of Mecha King Ghidorah. So that's a little something to note. This movie was released in 1993. Sees also the return of Rodan, and he actually gets a power upgrade later throughout in the movie, so he can use an atomic. He uses a breath weapon, so he's known as Fire Rodan. Kind of the premise of this movie is really essentially it starts off with like an expedition onto an island. They find an egg, which I believe is supposed to be shown as Rodan clutching here. It actually turns out that it's not an egg of Rodan's species, but of it's an egg of a Godzilla soar. And he later eventually gets, when he hatches, he gets named Baby Godzilla. Um, and they actually study Baby Godzilla a lot throughout the movie, and they realize that Godzilla has a hidden weak point around his hips of a secondary brain because of how big he is. Hey, thank you for following Ginger Benji. Oh, Benny, how you doing? Hope you're doing well, and we're here doing some Godzilla timelines shenanigans. So, me talking about Godzilla. But yeah, so they use Baby Godzilla. They study Baby Godzilla to learn the weaknesses of Godzilla. They find out about the secondary brain in Godzilla's hips. And so their plan is to actually destroy the secondary brain, so that would render Godzilla immobile. And this is where Mechagodzilla comes in. So Mechagodzilla, who had been built from the salvage remains of Mecha King Ghidorah, they have like a bunch of pilots that are being trained for it as well. There's also another super weapon that was developed, but later scrapped once the Mechagodzilla project took off, known as Garuda. The person who was supposed to pilot Garuda is kind of bitter about the fact that he spent years training to fight Godzilla and only to be kind of pushed aside once Mechagodzilla was developed. But actually shows like, hey, we can combine the mechas, so there's a super Mechagodzilla, and it gives Mechagodzilla better flight capabilities. And so it's like, all right, cool, you get to be involved in the big battle against Godzilla. And the plan is that they were going to use Baby Godzilla to bait out Godzilla and then kill Godzilla. Of course, it doesn't go so smoothly as like they're transporting Baby Godzilla. Rodan shows up again now with like the Fire Rodan upgrade and attacks and steals the cargo vessel that was containing Baby Godzilla. And then so Mechagodzilla has to be sent out to fight Rodan. Rodan's eventually crippled by Mechagodzilla, and then Godzilla himself shows up. Godzilla and Mechagodzilla fight for a bit, and then that's when the Garuda docks with Mechagodzilla to become Super Mechagodzilla, and then they manage to take out Godzilla's secondary brain, which brings him down. Fire Rodan tries to like fly away, or he's up to something, and then gets shot down by Mechagodzilla and crashes on top of Godzilla. And then at this point, as Rodan is dying, he transfers over his life force over to Godzilla, which restores his secondary brain and also gives him the red spiral beam that he uses to destroy Super Mechagodzilla in this movie. So, and this is the first time we see the red spiral beam used in the Heisei series. Actually, the first time in the franchise too. So, yeah. With the destruction of Mechagodzilla, Godzilla ends up adopting Baby, and just they go off into the sea together. So that is the thrilling conclusion of Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2. We now go into Godzilla vs. Space Godzilla. So, more Godzilla doppelgangers. So this movie was released in 1994, and this is the debut of Space Godzilla. Godzilla, but in space. In Little Godzilla. So essentially, Baby Godzilla kind of grew up, became irradiated a little bit. And so this is Baby Godzilla over here. This little green little guy over here. He's got little chubby cheeks too. We also get Mogira, who had previously shown up in the Mysterians movie way back in the 60s. Um, he joins the Godzilla franchise here, but like none of his movies were ever really canon before. Um, and then we also get Space Godzilla. Um, so what's interesting about Space Godzilla is that there are two origins they give. This is the true. This is true scholarship. Oh my god, yeah. So what's interesting about Space Godzilla's origins is that there's two possibilities they give, but they never confirm either of them. Um, so the first one they propose is that some of the DNA from some of the Godzilla DNA from Biolante got away and combined with space material, fell into a black hole and then mutated in the black hole, fell out of a white hole and became Space Godzilla. Um, the other solution was, or the other theory was that Mothra, when Mothra went off into space, also carried Godzilla's DNA, and then that also got into space as well, and that resulted in the development of Space Godzilla as well. So, yeah, that was kind of like how what their theory. That was two of the theories that they had for the development of Space Godzilla. Um, as for Space Godzilla, like the plot for Godzilla versus Space Godzilla, essentially you have like a team of G-Force members. Essentially, like they're anti-Godzilla people, or people who are either trying to contain Godzilla or deal with Godzilla in some way. Kind of saying that they're anti-Godzilla is a little bit extreme, considering Miki Sagusa is also part of this, and she's trying to figure out more of how can we live in peace with Godzilla, rather than just outright kill him. And of course, you have some people who are still interested in just killing him. One of the characters actually goes, well, Godzilla has a weak point with his armpit. This is the first time we ever hear about this, and the last time we hear about it. His plan was to use like a blood coagulant that would kill Godzilla. This plan ultimately ends up failing, and that's the end of this whole Godzilla armpit weakness thing too. Um, Towards the end of like their stay on the island, like also one of the things they wanted to do was try to use like a psychic controller on Godzilla, so that they could take control of Godzilla. This plan ultimately also doesn't end up working either, so neither of these endeavors ends up working. Um, the other thing that also happens is eventually Space Godzilla shows up, confronts Godzilla. They fight, and Space Godzilla ends up kind of winning this fight, and then little Godzilla over here gets trapped in a crystalline prison because Space Godzilla can manipulate crystals. Also, Space Godzilla can fly. That's also another thing that he can do. So essentially, Space Godzilla, after defeating Godzilla, flies off and sets up like his own fortress, which is kind of interesting to see a giant, essentially having a kaiju build their own fortress, so that he can draw power for himself. And then eventually we have the Mogira and Godzilla team up. The Mogira being developed to actually kill Godzilla, because Mechagodzilla failed in the last movie, so they went with Mogira for some reason. Um, but you have the two team up and fight Space Godzilla. They eventually defeat Space Godzilla. And Godzilla actually uses the red spiral beam again to finish off Space Godzilla, and also destroys Mogira in the process. And that's pretty much the plot there to Godzilla versus Space Godzilla. Um, so yeah, that's a plot. And then this, finally, to wrap up the Heisei series, we have Godzilla versus Destroyer. So this is the debut of Destroyer and Godzilla Jr. So little Godzilla at this point has reached his like teenage years. This movie was released in 1995 and is the final Godzilla movie in the Heisei series. We also, you can kind of tell from the poster image here that there's something up with Godzilla, and like it's immediately given away that like, hey, Godzilla's kind of reaching the end of his lifespan. Um, Eventually, he's absorbed too much nuclear energy, and like the nuclear reactor that makes up his heart is actually undergoing like a nuclear breakdown. And like at this point in the beginning of the movie, they're worried about him exploding and destroying the Earth. Um, so their plan is to actually stop Godzilla, or the GSDF's plan is to stop Godzilla using the same methods that killed the first Godzilla, the oxygen destroyer. Well, you see, Dr. Daisuke Serizawa was worried about what would the implications of using the oxygen destroyer would be. That's why he killed himself and destroyed all his research all the way back in 1954. This movie harkens a lot back to the 1954 film. Um, so it's kind of important to have seen both of them, or like it'll tell you what you need to know really. Essentially, Destroya is created because of the oxygen destroyer, and they're essentially like a colony of Precambrian life forms that were mutated by the oxygen destroyer, and then they eventually come together and have like multiple variations of forms, and eventually result in the giant monster that you see in the poster here. Um, we also have an ongoing thing of like, even though Godzilla has absorbed too much nuclear radiation, he still needs to feed, and he does go to attack a nuclear facility, only to be intercepted by the new super weapon, the Super X3, which uses freezing weapons instead of explosives. And by freezing Godzilla and lowering his body temperature, and also the use of cadmium missiles as well, they actually stop the risk of Godzilla exploding. However, it doesn't fix the fact that Godzilla is still essentially, his nuclear reactor is breaking down. And instead of exploding, now Godzilla is going to undergo nuclear meltdown. So the conclusion of the film has essentially, they bait Godzilla Jr. to Tokyo to fight Destroya. And then the idea being because Junior is being followed by Godzilla himself. Godzilla shows up eventually after Junior had, they thought, defeated Destroya, but Destroya shows back up in his perfect form. Kills Junior, and then Godzilla and Destroya fight. At some point during the fight, Godzilla tries to revive Junior and unfortunately doesn't succeed. And then in his rage, Godzilla absolutely goes after Destroya. But like at this point, he's also still dying. They show like the spines of Godzilla are melting. His temperature is skyrocketing. So like Godzilla's dying as he's fighting Destroya. Since like Destroya eventually picks up on, he's not winning this fight, and like as Godzilla is dying, technically he's also getting stronger as well. So Destroya tries to run away. He actually gets shot down by the JSDF, and that's actually how he dies. Is he just gets shot down. That's not exactly how it was filmed, but that's just how like they edited it, because at this point Godzilla's meltdown really begins, and this is where Godzilla dies. They wanted Godzilla's death scene to focus on Godzilla dying instead of Godzilla fighting Destroya, so that's why they just kind of edited it so that Destroya just dies on impact from falling. So because they wanted to give Godzilla the focus of his death scene, and Godzilla eventually melts down and like just it literally melts actually. And it's kind of gruesome because like you see like his skin and everything falling off of his skeleton and stuff. Parts of his body explode off of him. And during this meltdown sequence, he's being shot at by the GSDF. They're using like freezer weapons and stuff to just minimize the damage. Of course, this releases a lot of radiation as well. And like the radiation cloud kind of obscures everything. But then like towards as the movie's wrapping up, all the radiation levels just suddenly drop, and then we see that Junior has now mutated into a full-fledged Godzilla. So yeah, Godzilla's legacy carries on. This was supposed to be the final Godzilla movie made by Toho until 2005 was their plan. Because guess who is also going to take a stab at making Godzilla movies? That's right. We're going to talk about the TriStar continuity. Because, oh boy, did they try to make a Godzilla movie. So, we have Godzilla 1998. This is the first American-made Godzilla movie made by Roland Emmerich, and it features Matthew Broderick among like some of the Simpsons voice actors. Um, this was supposed to be a start of a planned trilogy of movies, but because so much negative criticism was met with like this movie, like they just canceled the whole thing. Pretty much, I'm just gonna go through this real quickly because I'm not a big fan of this movie. Um, Godzilla shows up after attacking like goes to attack New York. Pretty much just ducks away from all the military engagements and runs away. Because in fact, actually, most of the buildings are actually more or less destroyed on screen by the United States military rather than Godzilla, which is kind of disappointing. And then like there is like a sequence where like they chase Godzilla into the Hudson, um, and then they use submarines to shoot Godzilla, and they do the fake out death scene there. They find like of course later on in the Madison Square Garden they find like the eggs that Godzilla laid with all the baby Godzillas, and essentially like, hey, you know what we like? Jurassic Park. In fact, this movie is more of a homage to like Jurassic Park than Godzilla, because like the design for Godzilla more looks like one of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Like you have the baby Godzillas are really more like the Velociraptor scenes. I think one of the more funnier things is actually the Lost World Jurassic. The Lost World Jurassic Park, which came out in I think '95. I didn't actually look into when the Jurassic Park movies came out for this. Does a better job of making like a homage to like Godzilla movies than this movie does, which is kind of the irony there. But yeah, this movie did not. No one was exactly happy. Toho was not super happy about this movie. If you want to know more about what happened behind the scenes of this movie, essentially know that like Toho kind of they never really liked this Godzilla design, but at the same time they signed off on it just because they wanted to be done with this movie. If you want to look more into it, go look into the video known as "What Happened," and where they talk about by Matthew McMuscles, and he goes through what happened with the backstage stuff or the behind the scenes stuff for this movie. So, but where does this lead into? Because it does actually lead into something. So we had the Godzilla cartoon series. So this picks up towards the end of the movie. Actually recaps like the last several parts of the movie with like the main Godzilla or the Godzilla from the movie dying, and then like we have the baby Godzilla surviving, because like that movie did end on the cliffhanger of one of the baby Godzillas surviving. So it did spawn like a cartoon series. It's pretty much like a Saturday morning like Monster of the Week cartoon. There were some multi-part stuffs that happened, but the fan reception of this series is a lot better, just because like it resembles more of like the Showa era movies, and like Godzilla had more of like his characteristics for that made him like popular in the first place, like the atomic breath, the invulnerability, and stuff like that. So it's like, all right, cool. You took like the design from the movie. It gave us something more akin to the Godzilla that we expected, because like Godzilla in the movie, that Godzilla doesn't even use the atomic breath at all, which is kind of one of Godzilla's like well-known features. So, but hey, that's what they chose to do. So, also because how bad Godzilla, the American Godzilla did, we did get another Toho Godzilla movie a lot sooner than we were supposed to. And this brings us into the continuity for Godzilla 2000. So what happens in the Godzilla 2000 continuity? Well, once again, we start with Gojira. So we have the first Godzilla shows up and attacks Tokyo in 1954, is then killed by the Oxygen Destroyer, and then we have a second Godzilla that shows up later on. So this leads us into Godzilla 2000 or Godzilla 2000 Millennium. This is where we have Orga and the Millennium debut. It was actually released in 1999, and this is the first time Godzilla's actually green. Most of the time, his actual skin color is like a dark charcoal kind of color. Godzilla's atomic breath is also orange instead of traditional blue. And this movie was rushed out because of the critical failure of Godzilla 1998. And actually, people in America thought that this movie was supposed to be. Oh yeah, the series. Yeah. Um, that this movie was somehow supposed to be a sequel to the '98 film. For some reason, but hey, these are completely different movies. So yeah. As for kind of like the plot to this movie, we essentially get one of those. It's a story of Godzilla fights the military. They also find the military also discover like an alien or like a UFO. Essentially, the UFO is full of alien life forms that wanted like that have been obsessed with Godzilla and learning Godzilla because of how survivable Godzilla is, and learns about like in the Godzilla cells that there is something known as Generator G1, which is essentially Godzilla's healing factor. So the aliens try to steal that from themselves. They become Millennium, and then but because the Godzilla cells are unstable to them, this further mutates them into Orga, who is just singularly trying to become Godzilla. So Orga and Godzilla fight for a while, and then Orga tries to swallow Godzilla whole, which was Orga's biggest mistake because like Orga could regenerate, but while Orga's trying to swallow Godzilla, Godzilla just uses his atomic pulse from within Orga and just blows him up, which is kind of funny because like you actually see like the reaction of Orga, just eyes go wide as he's like, "Oh no!" It's one of those. At this point, he realized he done fucked up kind of moment because with Orga's eyes expanding as like Godzilla's about to just be like, "Nah, boom." Does it seem very sensible to eat a living nuke? Yeah. Note to self: don't eat living nukes. Bad idea. They'll just blow up. So yeah, Orga gets blown up from within inside by Godzilla, and give you epic heartburn. Yeah, Orga got exploded for that. So don't eat Godzilla. Bad idea. Bad idea. So that is Godzilla 2000. So where does the series go from here? Well, we get a continuity reset. That's where we go. So now we have a whole new continuity. So this leads us into the Godzilla vs. Megaguirus continuity, which once again we start with Gojira, but things turn out a little bit differently this time. So Godzilla first appears in 1954, but this time he's not killed, and then later appears in 1966. What's interesting though is they actually take the stock footage from the original Gojira and actually digitally replace that Godzilla with the newer Godzilla design in the movie. So it actually it's kind of funny to see like the old black and white footage, and then like there's a new Godzilla just roaming around and stuff, destroying Tokyo. But hey, they are trying to sell the fact of like, hey, this is the same Godzilla from that time. So that's how they did it. And then this leads us into the actual Godzilla vs. Megaguirus movie. So we actually have the Meganulon also return from Rodan. This movie was also released in 2000. So we have essentially the JSDF at this point is trying to figure out what super weapon they can come up with to defeat Godzilla. And what do they come up with the idea of? They're going to use a black hole to defeat Godzilla because they're just going to launch a cannon and send them into a black hole. It's also noted in this addition to nuclear energy this time around, Godzilla's also attracted to plasma energy as well, because essentially the reason why Godzilla attacks again in 1966 is because Japan switches over to plasma energy. And then Godzilla shows up and goes, "Oh, that's tasty too." And they're like, Japanese are like, "Great, we have to come up with a new alternative fuel source. Um, as for kind of like a basic plot here for Godzilla versus Megaguirus, we have essentially, as the GSDF is experimenting with using the black hole, they accidentally tap into an alternate dimension that releases the Meganulon into the world. The Meganulon also kind of like go through the life process of becoming Meganula, and then this leads to Megaguirus being like their queen. Um, and like they're actually also just harvesting Godzilla for energy to empower Megaguirus. Eventually, Megaguirus and Megaguirus and Godzilla fight. Um, and the GSDF at the same time is like, you know what? No matter who wins, we're just gonna launch a black hole at them. So let's just set up the cannon to do that now. And then so Godzilla actually does end up killing Megaguirus um, by just blowing her up. And then the JSDF launches launches the black hole cannon at them, or what's known as the Dimension Tide. And Godzilla attempts to intercept it, and there's a big explosion, and it's implied that Godzilla's swallowed up by the black hole. Uh, and as you can read from the bottom line here of this text, Godzilla comes back after this. So Godzilla survives a black hole. You know, that thing that crushes everything into a singularity? Yeah, Godzilla just shrugs that off in this movie. So, that's some power creep there. So, where does this go from here? Because they end the movie with Godzilla surviving a black hole and coming back from it. Another continuity reset! That's what we're gonna get. So, once again, we have to start all the way back to Gojira. So once again, Godzilla shows up in Tokyo, destroys it, gets killed by the oxygen destroyer. Um, same old, same old. But we also get, that's right, the 1998 Godzilla is also canon in this timeline. Why is it canon? So they can make a joke about it at the beginning of this movie. The joke being that the Americans claim that they were also attacked by Godzilla and stuff, and then like the Japanese scientists are like, yeah, we kind of doubt that you actually got attacked by Godzilla here. Like, we seriously doubt that was actually Godzilla. Oh yeah, parent talks always take forever, but glad to have you back. Best movie, Tank? Really? But yeah, so this movie is only canon in the GMK timeline just for this joke. Changed my mind. You know what? I mean, I guess if it wasn't called Godzilla, I would agree with you. But the fact that it's called Godzilla is what ruins this movie for me. But this leads us into Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, Giant Monsters All Out Attack. So this was released in 2001. Was actually originally supposed to feature Varan and Anguirus, but they were both replaced by Mothra and King Ghidorah because Mothra and King Ghidorah have more marquee value, so it's easier to promote them. But this subsequently means that King Ghidorah is now a good guy. So this is the first and only time, as of now, that King Ghidorah is actually a good guy. This movie also uses a lot of supernatural elements. So let's start off with Godzilla here, because this is kind of like how the plot revolves. So Godzilla didn't just like Godzilla is essentially undead. This song, yeah, it really is. So Godzilla's actually undead, and he's possessed by the souls of everyone that was wronged by Japan during the Pacific conflict, and wants to remind the Japanese of their sins during World War II. So, yeah. Also, this Godzilla, like, if you look at Godzilla's eyes, which I didn't really get a good image here, but like if you look during this movie, they show Godzilla's eyes have no pupils in it, kind of giving the idea that he's like possessed. So yeah, we have an undead Godzilla. We also have the three guardian monsters. So Baragon, Mothra, and King Ghidorah are all supposed to be like sacred guardian monsters to protect Japan. And they're like throughout the movie, what happens is essentially like you have like a lot of like these supernatural elements going on. Um, as like these monsters are being brought back, they're like someone desecrates a shrine and like the or actually no, every time like a shrine gets desecrated, one of these monsters shows up. They kind of enact vengeance on someone who desecrated the shrine. Um, and then eventually like the monsters do fight against Godzilla. Um, Baragon's the first to confront Godzilla, gets absolutely destroyed. I mean, look how tiny he is. Look at Godzilla. Yeah, it's not much of a fight. Um, Mothra and King Ghidorah team up to fight Godzilla. Um, Mothra is eventually killed by Godzilla, and Mothra transfers her life essence over to King Ghidorah, which is kind of a weird plot twist if you think about like King of the Monsters that recently came out, where the reverse happens. But sometimes Mothra shows up in a movie. Mothra dies at some point. Um, it's just the cycle of Mothra, unfortunately. And then so at this point, like after Mothra dies, King Ghidorah gets a power up and fights Godzilla. Um, Eventually, Godzilla actually is able to take out King Ghidorah's own power, turn it around, and kill him with it. Um, but also, Godzilla gets wounded in the fight. And so, one of the Japanese admirals decides Godzilla is wounded. I'm going to go take my little micro submarine and fly down Godzilla's throat and try to blow him up. Or try to kill him from within. And then. So, Godzilla eats this dude. And then he's like, oh, wait, what was my plan again? And then when Godzilla goes to emerge, like the one of the missiles that he launched from within Godzilla drills out through his shoulder and leaves a big hole as it explodes. And then as Godzilla goes to use his atomic breath, it actually, instead of coming out of his mouth, comes out through the wound. And then he eventually becomes unstable and falls back into the ocean. And the dude in the little submarine actually comes back out. And he's just piloting away. And like Godzilla turns to see this guy swimming or like swimming away in the submarine and tries to blast him. And Godzilla explodes finally. Um, and then the movie ends with actually Godzilla's beating heart on the bottom of Tokyo Bay, still beating, and like the theme music plays. So does this set up for a new Godzilla? What Godzilla movie follows this? Why, it's another continuity reset. So, as you may have noticed, like this particular era of Godzilla movies is kind of plagued by continuity resets. So this leads us into what's known as the Kiryu Saga. Also, like this image is actually taken from Wikizilla, so shout out to Wikizilla. But so once again, we establish a new timeline. So we're gonna have to start all the way from the beginning with Gojira and then work our way back up. So I can actually go through a little bit quicker on some of these movies. So let's start off with, once again, actually they do actually give, this image was actually from a pamphlet that was given out during Godzilla Mothra Godzilla movie. That is many movies. They are numerous. Yes. So just kind of show like the timeline of like when monsters appeared throughout, but we're gonna go through them in order. So once again, we start off with the first Godzilla, who appears and attacks Tokyo. He is killed by the oxygen destroyer. However, his bones actually don't get liquefied this time, and they remain at the bottom of Tokyo Bay. This is important for later. So once again, Rodan happens. Eventually, the two Rodans are killed by the GSDF at Mount Aso. Varan happens again as well. So like, because I'm gonna like how every timeline changes, how timeline changes every time. Yeah, there's a lot of timeline changes. But like, there's some small changes. Essentially, like these movies are kind of like stitched into this timeline. Varan, like Varan, Rodan, and like some of the other monster movies I'm about to mention are all kind of mentioned like, and it's like as like the JSDF has kind of beaten these monsters. It's like, but we haven't really ever defeated Godzilla. So like Varan was one that they killed. Mothra shows up as well in this timeline, but like, what's kind of funny to mention here is because we have like it's not mentioned that anything gets retconned from Mothra. So assuming that everything happens as it is, that means that we have like two Americas essentially, because Nelson escapes to Rosalia, which is essentially just America by a different name. Because when they made Mothra, they didn't want to use the actual United States as a setting. But hey, but in the film continuity, United States is a place for this continuity, so it's unknown. But I guess it doesn't really matter. But it's also one of those things to think about. It's like, oh yeah, does Rosalia still exist in this continuity, or is it actually just America? Because like the climax does take place in New York. Um, so yeah, like once again, the events of Mothra take place. In this one, Gorath. So this is a new movie into this timeline that wasn't that didn't show up in the Showa era. But so this movie was released in 1962. Um, this movie is actually supposed to take place in 1980, but instead the events take place in 1962 for this timeline. Um, and it features Maguma, essentially a reptilian walrus kaiju that you see over here. Essentially, the big premise of this movie, because I actually haven't gotten a chance to see this movie myself, but I've seen like clips and stuff and read about it. Essentially, the Gorath is actually a star that's about to come very close to Earth, and essentially, it's going to come so close that it's going to strip away the Earth's atmosphere and essentially just cause like one of those like big disaster, like essentially end of all life by stripping away the atmosphere. So the plan in this movie is they literally attach rockets to Antarctica to push the Earth out of the way of Gorath so it won't be affected by this. So they alter the Earth's orbit to avoid a star. They what? Yeah. They attach rockets to Antarctica to push the Earth out of its orbit and away from Gorath. Yeah. That is the movie. Of course, Maguma just kind of gets killed by lasers. Like essentially, Maguma shows up as they're like doing all the stuff with the rockets and everything in Antarctica, and they just kind of shoot him down with lasers and deal with him. So yeah, so much for a reptilian walrus kaiju. Then the events of Atragon happen again, which is kind of interesting thing about like how this continuity is a little bit more grounded, but here we have like an undersea empire with Mu. They eventually get destroyed. Dogura. So this is also another movie that wasn't canon to the Showa timeline, but shows up here. So this Dogura is like an alien jellyfish monster that feeds off of carbon. And this movie was released in 1964. As you can already see here, it's killed by wasp venom. But that's not the most interesting point. They didn't kill a space alien jellyfish kaiju with wasp venom. That's not the most interesting thing about this movie. Because this movie starts off as kind of like a diamond heist movie. Like essentially you have like a heist movie. And like you have a group of people trying to steal these diamonds. But then Dogura shows up and pulls away the diamonds because they're made of carbon. So yeah, and then so like the diamond heist, like the people who are involved in the diamond heist, you have like this police detective, and like the JSDF all work together to come up with the idea that or realize that Dogura's weakness is wasp venom. So they literally put wasp venom. They use wasp venom to kill Dogura. But yeah, maybe one day I'll turn this into like a D&D one shot or something because this plot is just so out there. And then once again we come back to Frankenstein versus Baragon. The kind of mentioned this earlier before, but this movie does, or at least in this timeline, is they specify that the ending with the giant octopus dragging Frankenstein into the ocean is the ending that is canon here to the continuity because they do explicitly reference the giant octopus around this time, appearing around during the time of this movie. So yeah, giant octopus dragging Frankenstein into the ocean is a thing, which then leads us into the War of the Gargantuans. So that plays out the same way as well. Once again, because you have the Gargantuas being the spawn of Frankenstein, essentially, or like regenerated remains of Frankenstein. So it's a loose sequel to that movie. This is once again also where we've seen the Mazers for the first time. Then also King Kong Escape is also canon. So in the same franchise, so we're gonna have to deal with the life and death of like all kinds of like serious other stuff, and here we have Mechanic Kong. So yeah, so this movie is also canon to the Kiryu Saga timeline. And then another movie I hadn't covered before, but that was also canon, is Space Amoeba. This is the debut of Gizora, Metal Sonic, and Mech. Yeah, Metal Sonic and Donkey Kong. Yeah, pretty much. So Space Amoeba. So this is the debut of Gizora, Gimanis, and Chaos, released in 1970. Essentially, what happens in this movie is you have a group of people who are stuck on a Pacific island, and it turns out aliens are mutating actual creature or ordinary organisms. So you have like this mutant squid here, or Gizora. Um, Ganymus is the giant lobster monster here, and Chaos is the turtle. So if you ever wanted to watch a movie where a giant turtle fights a giant lobster, this is your movie. They actually did end up. It turns out the big weakness for the aliens and the monsters in this movie are bats, because echolocation is bad for the aliens here. So yeah, that's how they defeat the monsters in this movie, is by using bats. So I guess monsters don't like being driven batty here. There is also a small footnote here that a second Chaos does appear in 1987 after this movie takes place. And the reason for that being is that this Chaos actually ends up being killed by the second Godzilla. Which, finally, we actually get to the start of this movie series here. Well, I guess technically, but they developed this whole saga, this whole timeline around. So, Godzilla against Mechagodzilla, released in 2002. Second Godzilla appears in 1999 and attacks Tateyama, which sets up for a lot of the plot, because essentially the main protagonist that we follow, she has like PTSD from like this Godzilla attack, because she also survivor's guilt as well, because essentially she made a mistake driving one of the Maser tanks and then knocks one of her comrades off of a ledge into a ravine, and then they survive that part, and then they get stomped on by Godzilla. This is a trip. I told you this Godzilla timeline is a trip, right? I did tell everyone this. So yeah. And then what do they? So with the threat of Godzilla returned again, they actually decide to use the bones of the first Godzilla to build a Mecha Godzilla. This exceeded expectations. Yeah, I went in full ham for this. So yeah, they have built a Mecha. So this time around, Mecha Godzilla is built around the bones of the first Godzilla. And this actually kind of leads to some conflict, because essentially what happens is when they deploy Mechagodzilla to fight Godzilla, when Godzilla roars out in pain, it actually causes Mechagodzilla to go berserk, because Mechagodzilla draws upon the old memories of the first Godzilla that it's built around, and itself begins to think it's Godzilla. And as the second Godzilla retreats back into the ocean, Mechagodzilla goes on a rampage and destroys much of Tokyo. And then eventually just runs out of power and powers down. So when Godzilla shows up again, they're kind of hesitant about using Mechagodzilla to fight off Godzilla, because they're afraid of it going berserk. Supposedly they fixed that glitch, and so they eventually they're forced to deploy Mechagodzilla again. And Mechagodzilla is armed with what's known as the Absolute Zero Cannon. Essentially, whenever it hits the cannon is its temperature is brought down to absolute zero, so it's frozen and then is easily shattered. Um, and the climax of the movie is Mechagodzilla trying to use the absolute zero cannon on Godzilla. Um, Both monsters fall into the water as the cannon goes off. So like there's this giant ice um, structure that forms up from the splash and everything. Oh yeah, this cover art is awesome. Because like you can actually see like Mechagodzilla's using like jetpacks and everything to move around here, and so yeah, with the giant ice crystal. So it's so very 2002. Yeah. Um. So with the ice structure formed, like Mechagodzilla comes out of the ice first, and like it's like, all right, did they kill Godzilla? Turns out, of course not. Godzilla shows up, but now he has like the scar on his chest, and then Godzilla goes back into the sea, and Mechagodzilla's out of power at this point, so he couldn't even. So Mechagodzilla can't continue the fight at this point. So this leads into the next movie, Godzilla Tokyo SOS. So finally, and Godzilla in the are a film in the Millennium series that actually is a direct sequel to one another. So yeah, this is the only movie in the Millennium series to be a sequel to the film that came before, because every other movie kept introducing a continuity reset. Um, so remember how I told you that Mothra was canon to this timeline? Well, it turns out because that's important because this Mothra here that we see is actually the same Mothra from the 1961 movie. Um, Godzilla also shows back up. Now he has a large scar on his chest from the Absolute Zero cannon. Um, and in this movie, they had to replace the Absolute Zero cannon with a Hyper Maser cannon instead because they couldn't get the materials to fix everything. So they just put on a new cannon. Um, they also, instead of focusing around a pilot for Mechagodzilla like they did in the last one, they actually focused around like the mechanic for Mechagodzilla instead this time. Um, Also, the Mothra fairies of the Shobijin are upset with people using Godzilla's bones to for Mechagodzilla like this because essentially they're desecrating the dead and Godzilla deserves his rest at this point, or the first Godzilla deserves to be left alone at the bottom of Tokyo Bay, because that's his grave. Um, so the Sobigen tried to convince the people of Japan that look, you abandon Mechagodzilla and return the bones to the ocean, or return the bones to specifically Tokyo Bay where they belong, and Mothra will help you defeat Godzilla. Um, but the Japanese government's like, nah, we're good. We have Mechagodzilla. And so when Godzilla shows up, Mothra goes to fight Godzilla to be like, see, you're not going to need Mechagodzilla. You're not going to need Mechagodzilla. Um, Mothra and Godzilla kind of fight for a while. Although Godzilla does end up getting the upper hand. It is at this point that Mothra's egg that she left behind on Infant Island hatches, and we get two Mothra larvae. However, like while they're twins, they're not identical twins this time around. One is actually denoted as being male, the other one female. They're actually like have like structural differences. Like the male Mothra larvae has like more pronounced tusks than the female one. Um, they eventually show up to try to help the adult Mothra fight Godzilla. Um, and then Mechagodzilla also shows up as well um, for a bit to fight Godzilla. Godzilla eventually ends up incapacitating Mechagodzilla. So like the mechanic that we've been following around has to go repair Mechagodzilla in mid-battle. What are the beans? Oh yes, I need to hydrate. Ah, so thank you, Kimmy, for redeeming a hydrate. And if you haven't hydrated, take the moment to hydrate as well. So yes, this has been going on for 3 hours. So yeah, essentially, this is where at this point in the movie, after they repair Mechagodzilla, Um, the adult Mothra is actually killed by Godzilla. She just kind of gets blown up protecting her infants, and then the two Mothra larvae work together to cocoon. Well, actually, Mecha Godzilla beats down Godzilla, and then the two Mothra larvae cocoon Godzilla, and then Mecha Godzilla grabs onto Godzilla, flies off to Tokyo Bay, and they both just sink into the depths of the ocean. Um, and to never be seen again. And the Mothra larvae return to Infant Island. So yeah, that's how they wrap up this little saga. And this is currently the last continuity that is tied to the original 1954 movie. So after this, they don't tie like the original 1954 movie to continuities anymore. Like, they'll make reference to the year 1954, but like the original Gojira doesn't really get tied into any more stories after this point. So this leads us into the MonsterVerse continuity, or the second American Godzilla continuity. So it first technically starts off with Godzilla Awakening, which was released in 2014. This is set as like a comic tie-in for the 2014 Godzilla movie. It's mostly set in 1954 because hey, you gotta work in that original Godzilla reference. But this comic does kind of contradict with stuff that's established in the movie, like the actual foundation of when Monarch was founded, because in the movie they say it's founded in 1954, but in the comic it's like 1946. Other stuff like when they first encountered Godzilla, because like they mentioned that they encountered Godzilla during like the World War II in the comic, but instead in the movie they just mentioned like they kind of encounter him around like the time of the Castle Bravo test, and the whole point of the Castle Bravo test was to actually kill Godzilla. Um, but yeah, there's also a monster that Godzilla fights in this comic as well, but like that monster gets killed in the Castle Bravo test, but Godzilla doesn't care. He's a big old tough boy, so he doesn't care. And then the next thing that's canon in this timeline is Kong Skull Island, because and this movie was released in 2017. This is the debut of like Skull Crawlers and other various Skull Island monsters that we are known about. This movie is actually set in 1973, near the end of the Vietnam War. Um, Kind of going through like just briefly going through because I realize how long this has been going on for. Um, the plot and plus also Kong Skull Island's kind of fresh. Actually, no, it's been out for like 4 years. Um, but yeah, essentially, people end up getting. You have a lot of people who are just getting done with the Vietnam War. They get contracted out for a little job to go do an expedition on Skull Island. Uh, they end up trying to do like because of like how they're bombing the island to determine like if it's hollow enough or hollow because the hollow earth theory. It angers Kong because well he doesn't want to deal with the big skull crawler. So Kong attacks them. Um, and then this becomes a where's the link? The materials all there. Oh yeah. So Kong attacks them, and though they have to figure out a way off the island, essentially. And Samuel L. Jackson's character is all obsessed about trying to kill Kong because he's getting revenge for his people. Um, the big fight climax at the end of the movie is Kong fighting the big skull crawler, and Kong eventually kills it. The people manage to get off the island. Um, there is a post-credit scene that sets up for Godzilla King of the Monsters because it shows like cave paintings of Godzilla, Rodan, Mothra, and King Ghidorah. Um, so yeah, and this is actually the only King Kong movie where Kong is not taken off of his island and brought to modern civilization. So yeah, that's something else to point out here. And now from Kong Skull Island, I like this movie. Big smashing movies. This movie was really good because um like just everything they put into it plus like there was a lot going on and it felt like there was really like a colorful movie as well. So I really like this movie. And then we also have the Kong mini series of comics, Skull Island: Birth of Kong. This mostly takes place in 1995. It kind of serves as like a prequel and a sequel to Kong because it kind of gives like a talks about like Kong at like it essentially shows us how Kong's parents died to the skull crawlers. And it's like 4 issues. And like it just kind of talks about what's going on with Kong as like he's still growing. So Kong is actually taller in this or bigger in this comic than he was in the Skull Island movie. So that's kind of what's going on there. And this is also just another tie-in to Kong Skull Island. Like this came out around the same time as the movie. And then we get to finally Godzilla 2014. So this movie was released in 2014 and it takes place in 2014. So this this is the second American-made Godzilla movie, and it's technically the first entry in the MonsterVerse, but it doesn't fall first in the timeline. We also had the debut of the male and female Mutos, and for the first time since Mechagodzilla, Godzilla doesn't intentionally cause destruction. Um, like he does end up accidentally destroying the Golden Gate Bridge and several other buildings as he's fighting the Mutos, but he wasn't intending to do that. Um, Although it's debatable with the whole tsunami thing that he causes. Um, so what's kind of going on in this movie is we start off actually much earlier because we follow a our protagonist as a young kid as like they're living in Japan and like the character played by Bryan Cranston is actually working the nuclear plant that gets attacked by a unknown creature. The plant is later destroyed, and they have to abandon the city. And then we get a cut forward to 2014, um, and essentially this is like the big bait and switch. This is yeah. His dad, he big thick. He is big thick boy in this movies. Um, but yeah, we get bait and switch here because like all the promotional material, autocorrect, please. All the all the promotional material leading into this movie really made it seem like Bryan Cranston was going to be the guy that we're going to follow. Instead, he gets killed off after the first act when we get when the male Muto hatches out. He gets killed off. It's just kind of tragic because we really like he was the best character in this movie next to Ken Watanabe's character of Dr. Serizawa. So I wasn't too happy about that because I was like, come on, what? Um, but yeah, we pretty much follow actually like more like the Mutos than we follow Godzilla here. Um, yeah, so fast. It's just suddenly like, oh, dead, cool. Um, by the way, they did try to figure out a way if they could keep Bryan Cranston's character along for the story. But essentially, the thing was that because they wanted to keep this movie grounded in some reality, so it didn't make much sense for like a civilian. Everyone felt creatively, it didn't make much sense for a civilian to really get dragged into the military conflicts that happened. That's kind of like why we follow Ford Brody, who is the main character of the movie, played by Aaron Taylor Johnson. We end up following him because he is involved in the military. So yeah, they thought about trying to figure out a way to rework the movie to keep Bryan Cranston in, but they eventually they couldn't figure out anything. So like they just went with what they decided to do and kill him off. Plus, it also like Bryan Cranston felt like they did kind of wrap up his character arc. Like he was able to prove that what happened to the plant that he was working at and what killed his wife wasn't a natural disaster, and like they were covering up for something, and he proved that. And it was like, yep, he did what he needed to do. He fulfilled his goal, and he died. So it wasn't like he didn't do anything in the movie. He did what he was supposed to do. This leads into, of course, we have Godzilla fighting the Mutos. Like first fights the male Muto in Honolulu. And then they eventually carry over their conflict to San Francisco. And eventually Godzilla does defeat both the male and female Mutos. And like their spawn, or the spawn of the Mutos, was also destroyed as well in this movie. So yeah, that's pretty much the basic. That's kind of much the plot here for Godzilla 2014. And then this leads into Godzilla Aftershock. So this is a pretty much this falls in between Godzilla King of Monsters and Godzilla 2014. This is so it's billed as a prequel to Godzilla King of the Monsters. It's because it's a comic tie-in that was released during the time of like before that movie. Actually, no, this ended up being delayed and then came out after Godzilla King of Monsters. So yeah, and then in this movie, so we have the debut of the Muto Prime, which is the creature that actually spawned the male and female Mutos from the previous movie. We see some of the other characters from this movie. We see Emma Russell. We see is also in this in the comic. So like there, and we actually see like the orca that's later used in King of the Monsters is also used here as well. As like it means to distract the Muto Prime so Godzilla can kill it. Um, it's also kind of gives us a reason why Godzilla's spines change between the 2014 movie and King of Monsters. So that's also a thing. And then we also get to Godzilla King of Monsters. So now this was the movie released in 2018. Um, Essentially, there's so many Godzilla references and other kaiju references in this movie um, that literally I could do a whole stream on just that. And so, yeah, that could literally be a stream if I really wanted to break down all of, like the little references and stuff. But this is the timeline stream, so maybe I'll do that some other time, or maybe I'll just put out a video talking about it. Um, but one thing I do want to talk about before we get really into the plot. Well, actually, I'll bring this up when we get to it in the plot. But yeah, we have essentially the U.S. government is debating whether or not the Titans are where they call the kaiju in this franchise, whether or not they're worth keeping around or should they exterminate them. What's Monarch's role? That's how we open up the movie. Um, we have also we also didn't end up also seeing like the Mothra as well in the movie as well as like a larva. Um, we also have Alan Jones' character show up to kidnap Emma Russell and Madison Russell is played by Millie Bobby Brown, if you know her from Stranger Things, probably. Is also in this movie. They're kidnapped. Hold on, kidnapped because we find out later that it's actually part of Emma Russell's plan to be taken. Um, and their plan is to actually release all the Titans. Well, they want to do it slowly, and then they start with um, Monster Zero or King Ghidorah. This upsets Godzilla because Godzilla realizes what they're up to. Godzilla, along with Monarch, actually traveled to Antarctica to try to stop them from releasing Ghidorah, but King Ghidorah gets out. So Godzilla and Ghidorah fight briefly here before Ghidorah takes off. Also, how Kyle Chandler's character, or Mark Russell, survives the fact of like a missile just lands near him and just throws him into a building. I have no idea, but like, hey, whatever. He gets plot armor apparently. Um, but yeah, so then from there, they find out that Emma Russell plans to release Rodan next in Mexico. So they fly off. So they go to try to intercept her there. Rodan's already released, and they realize that Emma Russell actually and like the eco terrorists with Alan Jonah aren't actually in Mexico. They were broadcasting their signal elsewhere. Um, and so Rodan gets released. Um, and so like we have our protagonist having to deal with Rodan. They actually take Rodan and fly him to King Ghidorah. They fight briefly before Ghidorah just overpowers Rodan, and then Godzilla and King Ghidorah fight again. But their fight gets interrupted when the oxygen destroyer is used. In this case, like the oxygen destroyer is used more like a missile. And really, it's kind of interesting that like it just gets launched out of a nuke, or it's kind of like a green nuke this time around instead of how it was portrayed before, which kind of takes away the importance from the um, oxygen destroyer. But the oxygen destroyer, like they do a fake out death scene to make you think Godzilla's dead from the oxygen destroyer, but Ghidorah lives, and it's kind of we find out later on like supposedly Ghidorah was immune to the oxygen destroyer because he's an alien. So, and this is also the scene where we get Ghidorah's call to the other Titans to wake up and attack, because Ghidorah is essentially terraforming the planet to his own needs. Um, this doesn't happen in the movie, but in the novelization, actually Kong actually hears Ghidorah's call, and he's like, "Nah, I'm not gonna do anything. I live on my island. I'm chill here. I'm just gonna sit here." And then, but it disrupts all the skull crawlers on the island, so Kong has to fight a bunch of skull crawlers. Um, but that only happens in the novelization of the movie. It doesn't actually take place in the actual movie. But it is considered canon because Michael Dougherty, the director for the movie, is like, yeah, that was supposed like that is canon, like that happens. Um, this also leads us into the next scene where they actually are trying to revive Godzilla once they realize he's still alive. Um, it's kind of funny. So like this continuity, the MonsterVerse continuity has its own Dr. Serizawa, Dr. Ishiro Serizawa, um, who is kind of like are supposed to be like our Japanese character that we follow, because he's the one that keeps referring to Godzilla as Gojira. Um, his sacrifice to revive Godzilla is actually a complete subversion of how Dr. Daisuke Serizawa from the original Godzilla sacrifices himself, because Daisuke Serizawa gets rid of his notes, and so that no one can do what he's about to do, so no one can replicate his research, and then he kills Godzilla through his use of the oxygen destroyer and through his sacrifice. Dr. Ishiro Serizawa, he gives his notes to Mark Russell, or Kyle Chandler's character, so that they can further expand on research with Godzilla, and then his sacrifice actually revives Godzilla. So, yeah, it's kind of it's a complete subversion of the two characters, despite the fact they're both Serizawa, and with share the family name of Serizawa. So, yeah, that's a thing that happens in this movie. Um, so yeah, then from there, we have Godzilla goes out to Boston to confront King Ghidorah. He also has Mothra to help him out, and King Ghidorah has Rodan. We have like this big monster brawl that happens. Such great writing. See, that's the first time someone said this movie has great writing. But I remember when this movie came out, a lot of critics didn't like this movie, but a lot of fans loved this movie because I guess this is to fans. This was the Godzilla Hollywood movie we wanted. Um, we wanted a Godzilla movie like this, and for some reason, I guess critics were just like, "Nah, too many monsters. That's not what we're here for." I guess missing the whole point of a Godzilla movie. But yeah, big monster brawl in Boston. Um, Eventually, we get to the point where Mothra defeats Rodan. Godzilla kind of gets his shit kicked in by Ghidorah, and then Mothra sacrifices herself to save Godzilla, and then transfers over her life essence to Godzilla, and which powers him up. Emma Russell makes a distraction to just kind of distract the King Ghidorah while Godzilla is still like getting back up on his feet. And then we have the burning Godzilla. Yeah, for that reason, it's like, what do you mean that too many monsters? That's the best part. But yeah, so Ghidorah is distracted, and Godzilla manages to power up, and this is what's like they call this his burning form in the technically in the movie. But like we also saw this form with Godzilla versus Destroyer, so it's kind of a callback to that movie. And Godzilla's able to kill King Ghidorah here. And then the post-credit scene shows the skull or well, not well, the severed head from the Mexico fight between Godzilla and King Ghidorah, going to like Alan Jonah's character and like him taking it, saying like, "Oh, we'll take this." So, and that's the post-credit scene there. So, what does that lead to? Well, we first get some more comic tie-ins. So we have Godzilla Dominion, which was released in 2001, and this story actually just follows Godzilla's point of view. So now at this point, Godzilla is now like the alpha titan on Earth. He's also kind of responsible for keeping balance on the Earth, but he's also struggling to find a new home because his old home got blown up by a nuke. So he has to find a new place. He fights several other titans that we saw from King of Monsters like Scylla, but also the big fight that we get in the comic is Godzilla fighting Tiamat. Not to be confused with Tiamat from D&D, but Tiamat as in like a giant serpent. Um, and Godzilla does defeat Tiamat and essentially drives Tiamat out of his home and takes that as Godzilla's new home. But he also comes across like an old cave painting because this was one of Godzilla's other houses that he stayed in at some point throughout his life. And like you have ancient cave paintings, and we stand chunky homeless kaiju mayor of the planet. Exactly. Um, so like there's cave paintings that depict him and like his old worshippers, and also his arch nemesis being Kong, because this comic is tied into Godzilla versus Kong. Another thing that's also interesting is Godzilla himself is somewhat changed after being, after absorbing like, or after Mothra gave him her life force, because now, before to Godzilla, like the world was separated to him based on below the ocean and above the ocean, and like he kind of didn't really feel like above the ocean was too much of his domain. But now, like with Mothra's essence, it's like, all right, so everything he feels more harmonized with the entire planet, and even like more like attuned to like even when the phases of the moon and stuff now. So like Mothra has like kind of altered Godzilla a little bit as well. Like they mentioned that in the comic. So this leads us into Kingdom Kong. Is also another tie-in to Godzilla vs Kong. Um, Essentially, this pretty much explains what kind of happens to Skull Island. Essentially, because of the experiments that Monarch is carrying out, where they're trying to get into the Hollow Earth through Skull Island, they actually end up drawing out another Titan known as Kamataz. Think of like a giant bat, like an Aztec-looking bat creature. Um, and like Kong has to fight that creature, and eventually Kong does kill that creature. But also like this is also explains why like the storm that was surrounding Skull Island before completely encompasses the island. So most of the Iwi tribe that was living on the island is killed, although some get away, and we do get to see like Gia, who we meet in the movie as an orphan, like here as like a small child. Um, she is also like shown briefly here, but yeah, like this sets up for um, Godzilla versus Kong, because like the last panel is once again Kong goes back into a cave to hide out from the storm, and then like he comes across a couple cave paintings that show like members of his race or his species fighting against Godzilla. So yeah, um, big monkey. And then this leads us into the Godzilla vs Kong movie. So released in 2001, currently the final film in the MonsterVerse. There is speculation there may be more MonsterVerse movies, but currently this is supposed to be the last one. Currently also the shortest MonsterVerse movie and shortest American Godzilla movie at 113 minutes. Madison and Mark Russell are the only returning human characters from the previous movies at this point. Mechagodzilla is the last of the big five Toho monsters to appear in the MonsterVerse that shows up here. There are also several references that are made to King Kong versus Godzilla are made, like the battle on the aircraft carrier that you see in the trailers. That is also a reference to actually kind of like how they transport King Kong from Faroe Island um, over to Tokyo. Uh, so yeah, I'm not gonna get into too many more spoilers about the movie because this is still very new. Like it just came out on home video, but this does have like a place to take place in the timeline. So I did want to kind of briefly go over it. A couple like just small trivia facts here, just to mention. But I'm not gonna mention too many spoilers here about what happens in the movie. I think eventually I may do like a Discord like movie night with this one at some point. So if you haven't joined the Discord, by the way, it's time for me to plug that because how long have I been going for and I haven't plugged my Discord? So yeah, how good to know my chat commands are still working. So yeah, if you haven't joined the Discord, make sure to join that. But yeah, I'm not gonna get into too many more spoilers, and that's yes, another Discord to add the collection. I mean, that's what I do. I just collect Discords. Yes, join us, Munchkin. Join us. Um, but yeah, hopefully at some point in the future we'll do a Godzilla vs Kong stream over Discord, and we'll probably do some other movie nights as well at some point. Um, maybe sooner rather than later. We'll see. So now this brings us into the Godzilla anime trilogy. That's right, they made a trilogy of anime movies. Um, and oh boy, these movies. So there are a couple Marvel tie-ins as well. So first of them is Godzilla Monster Apocalypse, released in 2017, and this is tied into Godzilla Planet of Monsters. Pretty much explains what happened to Earth leading up to the point where humanity was like, you know what, we're just gonna leave this planet, because Godzilla is too powerful. It also accounts for numerous other kaiju attacks and battles. Honestly, I really wish they made this into one of the anime movies because, like, of all the fights that you hear about, all the different kaiju that you hear about in the novel, and there is no English translation at this point, so all I have is cliff notes to go off of. But like, Godzilla fights like a whole bunch of like different kaiju and stuff that we've already known about, and like there's no English, there's no official English translation for this, and this time is actually a lot more interesting to me because like also like there are other kaiju that show up before Godzilla, and like so it's interesting to see how humanity deals with them as well, and like even like some of them like they actually do at one point like Zilla or like the 1998 Godzilla shows up in like this timeline, and they aren't able to destroy the nest, so they lose all of France to that Godzilla, which is kind of funny if you think about it, knowing like how in the 98 film like it was the French Secret Service that was responsible for like tracking down Godzilla. So yeah. And then the second of these novel tie-ins is Project Mechagodzilla. So this is released in 2018. This is a novel tie-in to Godzilla City on the Edge of Battle, um, and tells the story of the development of Mechagodzilla and the events that occur right before humanity was forced to abandon the Earth. Essentially, what happened was they were trying to stall for time to get Mechagodzilla online, and unfortunately, Mechagodzilla never goes online, and Godzilla attacks the facility that they're at, and they're forced to abandon Mechagodzilla. And at this point, they're just like, we can't do anything, so we're leaving. So yeah, that's pretty much what happens there. And then this finally leads us into the first of the Godzilla anime movies. So Godzilla Planet of Monsters. So released in 2017, the first fully animated Godzilla movie and the start of the trilogy, anime trilogy. And this is the first time that Godzilla has been back-to-back solo movies. So right the year before this movie came out, Shin Godzilla had also come out, and so pretty much in this movie, it's just in the anime in this movie and Shin Godzilla, it's just Godzilla as the only kaiju. So what happens in this movie? So after humanity has been forced to abandon Earth for many years at this point, um, they've given up on trying to colonize other worlds. So at this point, they're pretty much like, we have to go back to Earth and try to salvage what we can. And they're talking about like maybe setting up a moon base and stuff, and just hoping that they can collect enough resources on Earth to sustain themselves. Well, when they get back to Earth after like hyperspace jumping, they find that time on Earth has passed. Let's see, it's been like 20,000 years. So they're kind of like, well, with this much time passing, maybe Godzilla isn't around. And of course, they send out drones to see if Godzilla's still around, and it turns out, yep, nope, Godzilla's still there, still waiting for them. But now essentially the entire environment of the planet has pretty much evolved to suit Godzilla's needs at this point. So Godzilla becoming the apex of life on this planet. Um, so the humans have decided, all right, we have to deal with Godzilla. And they come up with a plan that essentially will cause Godzilla to overload and explode. They first have to trap him, make him stationary, and then essentially whenever, like, because Godzilla has a force field that protects him in these movies, their plan is essentially wait for the barrier to drop because it does periodically drop because it has to recharge, stab him then, and then cause him to overload and explode then, which they do successfully. They successfully kill Godzilla. Only for it to realize, they soon realize that that was a small Godzilla, and it wasn't the same Godzilla from before. The Godzilla that they first dealt with, the one that chased them off the planet, then emerges and is much bigger than the what they remember. So like the Godzilla they're fighting throughout the movie is only 50 meters tall. The Godzilla that shows up at the very end of this movie is like 300 meters tall. So quite a big, thick boy at 300 meters. Um, yeah, and it essentially just shows up and wrecks pretty much most of the human forces on the planet. Also, something else to note about this Godzilla, if you look at his dorsal plates, you kind of see like how they kind of look more like tree leaves here. Um, that is to tie into the fact that this Godzilla is more of actually a plant monster than a reptilian. Why they did that, I don't know. But apparently that's what they went with. So he's a big, thick tree monster, kind of. So this leads us into the events of Godzilla's City on the Edge of Battle. So this is the second film on the anime trilogy, and essentially what happens is after after the human forces get their shit wrecked by Godzilla, they are actually rescued by the Hotowa tribe, which is kind of like the substitute in or this timeline's version of like the Mothra fairies and like the Infinite Island tribes people. Um, they're not they're not aggressive or anything. They're just trying to help them out, and they're like, look, essentially they tell them, don't fight Godzilla, just stay down here underground, and you'll be fine. But human people are being like, nah, we have to kill Godzilla because reasons. So they go back up to the surface to try to figure out what they're going to do next, and they come across what ends up being called Mechagodzilla City. Why? Because it turned out Mechagodzilla wasn't destroyed, and like the nano metal that Mechagodzilla was based off of had been self-replicating throughout all of like during this time, and ends up building its own city and keeping itself hidden from Godzilla. So now realizing that they have a metal that can reproduce itself and be able to produce weapons and everything, they decided, you know what? Our plan to kill Godzilla works, but we just need to scale everything up. And because of Mechagodzilla City, we could totally do that. So they try to they bait Godzilla in to Mechagodzilla City to try this plan. And it almost works except for the fact that Godzilla can just overheat himself to avoid blowing up from being over charged. So they're like, well, we have to come up with something new. And the only thing that they can think of, like one of the only plan that one of them comes up with is like essentially we have to fully bond with the nanometal and become machines ourselves in order to kill Godzilla at this point because the human body can't get near that heat to finish him off. But the main character being like, nah, we have to retain our humanity, turns on the other guy that was going to kill Godzilla, kills him, and ends up and pretty much ends up saving Godzilla instead because he's like, we cannot become the monsters that we seek to destroy. And at this point, Godzilla destroys all of Mechagodzilla City. So if you're wondering, at some point, does Mechagodzilla City become Mechagodzilla? No, that doesn't happen. It's just Mechagodzilla is just a city. This character design literally just exists for promotional material. How boring. You could have been mecha humans. You could have been mecha humans, but they decided not to. And then this leads us into the final movie of this trilogy, Godzilla the Planet Eater. So the final film. So Ghidorah, or King Ghidorah, comes into this movie, but it's for some reason portrayed more as like an eldritch monstrosity instead. This movie ends up being the most violent of the Godzilla franchise, simply because of like you have people being disemboweled, decapitated, all kinds of like violent situations happen in this movie because and like you have like a lot of ritualistic sacrifices being made to Ghidorah. Um, this is also the only film in the franchise to have an implied sex scene. Like it's outright implied, like, hey, two characters are getting it on here. Um, but yeah, um, with Ghidorah being like an eldritch creature here, Godzilla can't physically harm it. Um, but that soon turns as the main character Haru actually is able to kill Mistopheles, or well, break his Mistopheles connection to Ghidorah, which causes Ghidorah to become physical in the real space. And then because now Ghidorah is physical, Godzilla just ends up slapping Ghidorah around like nothing and kills Ghidorah. And it's like, oh, well, all right. Although it is implied that as long as Haru exists, because of his hatred towards Godzilla, Ghidorah could be reborn. So Haru decides, you know what? I'm going to go fight Godzilla 1v1 and see how that goes for me. The answer is Godzilla just kills him. Because turns out human cannot stand up to giant 300-meter tall radioactive tree monster. So yeah. And that pretty much brings us to the end of the Godzilla anime trilogy. So what happens from here? Well, we actually have several standalone Godzilla movies. So to talk about, because they, like Shin Godzilla, for example. So these movies kind of don't have, like, they exist in their own continuity. But you know, since we're talking about all the Godzilla movies, we might as well address these as well. Also, look how thick Shin Godzilla is. Look at the thickness. So, first we have All Monsters Attack. So was released in 1969. This movie is actually set in the real world, where Godzilla and all the other kaiju are fictional. In this movie, we actually have the debut of Gabara, this guy over here, and the island that all the kaiju live on, being Monster Island, is also debuted here. Most of the kaiju battles are actually used from stock footage. So like Godzilla or Ebirah, the Horror of the Deep, Son of Godzilla, all those movies actually get reused for stock footage in this movie here. Essentially the story follows like a young child who's being bullied, and like fantasizes of escaping to Monster Island, and he hangs out with Manila. And essentially, like thanks to like his experiences with Manila, he decides to stand up to all the bullies in life. And he also gets kidnapped. The kid gets kidnapped at some point and fights off his own kidnappers, and then beats up the bully that bullied him, and then establishes himself as like, the kid not to mess with. And it's like, wow, all right, that's a thing. And then we get to Godzilla Final Wars. So this movie was released in 2004. This is the 50th anniversary special film. This is actually where the 1998 Godzilla gets brought back and redubbed as Zilla because the Americans took took God out of Godzilla's name in that movie. This is actually the final film in the Millennium series. And oh boy, the plot to this movie is essentially aliens show up, they control a bunch of monsters, demand all of Earth bow down to them. A ragtag group of mutants and military people and some scientists band together to awaken Godzilla and then lead Godzilla back to like the headquarters of the aliens or the Exilians because they actually use the Exilians for this movie. And Godzilla just rampages and beats every single monster he comes across. And he fights a lot of the Showa era monsters, so you get to see like King Caesar, Rodan, Anguirus, Manda, Hedorah, Gigan, Kamacuras, Kamunga. All of them come back. Mothra is also in this movie, but Mothra retains her Tokyo SOS design because that was released the year prior. So like, we already have to redesign so many kaiju. They kind of decided to cut corners on Mothra just because, well, it costs a lot of money to make these suits. It does end with Godzilla fighting what's known as Monster X. Monster X turns into Kaiser Ghidorah, or sometimes it's known as Monster X2. Godzilla does end up defeating Kaiser Ghidorah, and then this movie was essentially how Toho planned to retire Godzilla for at least a decade, because at this point, between all the continuity resets in the Millennium series, it was just people kind of started to lose interest in Godzilla. So Toho was like, you know what? Let's lay off on the Godzilla and let Godzilla go into hibernation for a while, and once people get, after enough time, maybe there would be new interest in Godzilla and the franchise again. So that was Toho's plan. And then the next movie that actually follows this in terms of release order would be the 2014 Legendary Godzilla, starting off the MonsterVerse. And then we get to Shin Godzilla. So released in 2016, this is the first time Godzilla evolves in like different forms throughout the movie. Many Showa era sound effects are used, including music tracks composed by Akira Ifukube are used as well. The 12-year gap between Shin Godzilla and Godzilla Final Wars is the longest gap between two Toho Godzilla movies currently. Although we'll have to wait quite a while if we wanted another Toho gap. Oh yeah, Shin Godzilla is so wild. Well, yeah, I know, right, Dom? It's like we kind of came across this Godzilla recently in a D&D session. But yeah, so Shin Godzilla, kind of like the basic premise here is essentially a large creature shows up. They don't know what it is, and eventually, because they are able to recover American documents that were studying this because there was a Japanese scientist working for the American Department of Energy on studying Godzilla. They've come up with the realization of what this creature is. Godzilla attacks Tokyo, torches the city. In the meantime, a ragtag group of government people come up with a plan to develop a blood coagulant so that essentially Godzilla's body would have to shut down in order to stay alive. So they actually end up, in a way, freezing Godzilla in order to stop him from destroying the rest of the city. So, yeah, that's pretty much how they stop Godzilla. That's kind of the premise for this movie. And then this leads us into our newest release of the Godzilla franchise, and that is Godzilla Singular Point. It was just released yesterday on Netflix for internationally, but it's been airing in Japan since like March. Um, so yes, this anime is only 13 episodes long. It's a collaboration between Bones and Orange Studios, so it blends 2D and 3D animation. There is a post-credit scene at the end of episode 13, but I am not telling you what it's about. So yes, if you have a Netflix account, I highly encourage you binge watch this series. Um, it has both an English dub and there's the Japanese sub as well. Um, Go watch it. I already watched it. I watched it the day it came out because that's what I do. But I am not going to discuss the plot of this anime here because it is very new. And I want people to go see it, so I did decide to put it in here. Um, Definitely go watch it. And actually, I may do some Discord stream of me binge watching it again, just because I'm probably gonna watch it again because I liked it so much. It is on Netflix, so if you have a Netflix account, so yeah. Did they not put? Yeah, you can kind of see like they have mentioned Netflix in the Japanese poster here that I have, so I can read. So that is everything I had for the Godzilla Timeline series. So let us see here. Does anyone have any questions about the Godzilla timeline? Or anything in regard to Godzilla or Godzilla timelines, really? Um, you can find, I will say, if you want to watch some of these movies, you can find a lot of them are on Amazon. You can either to buy them or I believe that you can rent and stream some of them. There are only like a few that you can't. Um, I'm glad you had so much fun here. Um, Actually, is Womble still going to be going on tonight? Does anyone know? Because I have not checked the Discord since I've been going for a solid 3 hours and 45 minutes. Not a timeline question, but what's your favorite and least favorite? All right. So, my favorite Godzilla movie. Okay, so he is going to go live. All right. Let me know when he actually does go live. All right, cool. At 10. All right. And we'll just rate over to him. So, hopefully we can do like a nice about 10-minute Q&A session. When are we marathoning them? Soon. We're gonna start. I wouldn't say like we'll start. You know what? I have to figure out which way we're gonna start with this. I think one thing that's gonna hold us up on marathoning them is um, I'm looking to get like a Blu-ray player that can hook up to my PC so I can stream the Godzilla movies I already own instead of having to go through Amazon to like rent them and stuff again. Um, so yeah, as soon as I can get my hands on something that I can use like as a connection, because like apparently you can't connect the PS4 and just use like the Elgato to stream through like a movie through that because like the HDPC protection will stop you. So once I figure out a way that I can stream more of the Godzilla movies, we'll start marathoning them. But if I can find Godzilla movies online, I'll certainly stream them. And what I have already like in terms of like digital stuff, yeah, DRM. Um, what I do have, I'll figure out, and maybe every now and then like I'll throw like the money to like rent a Godzilla movie so we can like Discord stream it. But yeah, like that's stuff to be kept on Discord only. Um, as for my favorite and least favorite, because I did kind of duck that question, so let me get back to that one. Um, my favorite movie often varies. Depends on what day you ask me. But most of the time, I'm going to say Godzilla vs. Biollante is my favorite movie, simply because that was the first movie I remember watching. Um, so that one holds a lot of like nostalgia value to me. Godzilla vs. Destroyer is also a really good one, and of course, the original Gojira is is also up there because of how important it is to the franchise and what kind of movie it is. Shin Godzilla is also really good, and I also like that as well. As for least favorites, so the '98 Godzilla movie is definitely the least favorite. My hatred for that movie, well, hatred's a strong word. My dislike for that movie really stems from the fact of it's called Godzilla, but the monster character that we follow really doesn't have that many characteristics that's shared with Godzilla. Sure, it has like some of the dorsal plate features, but it doesn't really act like Godzilla, and doesn't really have like that same vibe. It's if they called that creature any different name, it still would have worked. That's kind of why like one of the popular names for Zilla, before he was renamed as an imposter, um, was actually Godzilla in name only or Gino because Gino, Godzilla in name only. But yeah, other than that, there's also some other movies. The Godzilla anime trilogy. Well, all right. The second movie in the Godzilla anime trilogy didn't really sit well with me because it's just like, cool. We're just repeating the first movie, but bigger. Okay. And then, oh look, we can kill Godzilla, but it means to forsake our humanity. Never. And it's just okay. That comes out of nowhere. You started with the hatred I have for this movie. Oh, God. Yeah, yeah. It's it is a it is a very I have some strong feelings about that movie, about the '98 Godzilla movie. Um, and then the other least favorite Godzilla movie I have is definitely Godzilla's Revenge or All Out Monsters Attack, as the Japanese name. Um, that's just simply because, well, it's just so lazy. Not much really happens in the movie. Um, and like all the stock footage, it uses so much stock footage. It's like, what's the point of watching this movie when you're just taking clips from other movies and just putting it in there? Like, it's just it just doesn't sit well. Also, the fact that like during the Showa era, the Godzilla suit changes a lot. Like as you can kind of see, like these are different Godzilla designs. So when they're pulling stock footage for All Out Monsters Attack, it's you see like these different Godzillas. So like Godzilla will change from scene to scene. It's like what is going on? So yeah, no. But also that movie was made with a super low budget, so it makes sense why they um, cut out or why they use so much stock footage for that movie. But yeah, no. If y'all got any other questions about Godzilla, the Godzilla timeline, feel free to drop those in chat while I do some shilling because let's talk about. If you're not following me on Twitter, there is my Twitter. And also the Discord. In case you haven't already joined that. Show that once again. Any of the games, they all appear terrible. I'm just wondering if they're. Alright, so there are some standalone movie game or standalone movie games as well. I have played some of them. Um, Actually, I didn't realize. So, fun fact: I didn't realize the Godzilla Timeline stream, was gonna go as long as it did. I figured I'd talk for maybe like an hour and a half, and then the plan was to actually switch over to Godzilla Save the Earth, just to kind of do a Q&A and other stuff, and just play Godzilla, just to play a Godzilla game. Um, but I mean, I love Godzilla Save the Earth. I've played Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee. Um, and then I also did play Super Godzilla back on the SNES. Um, there is also a Godzilla Monsters of Monsters game that came out on the NES, and that led to the creepypasta. That's right, there is a Godzilla creepypasta um, as well, and I think someone is actually taking that creepypasta story and turning it into an actual game. Um, I know there's also a fan group that's working on redoing Godzilla Save the Earth as well, and I've been kind of following along their progress. Um, so those are kind of like two fan game projects I'm following currently. But there was the 2014 Godzilla movie that came out for the PlayStation 4. Um, but like when I heard how bad that game was, I was like, all right, cool. I'll just wait for it to drop in price because at the same time, I didn't have a lot of money to spend at the time because I just moved into a new place. Plus, I didn't even have a PlayStation 4 at the time. So I was like, you know what? I'll wait for its value to drop and then I'll pick it up. Well, before I could even get a PlayStation 4, that game went out of print and it was taken off the digital stores. So I never got my hands on the 2014 Godzilla movie that was for the PlayStation or 2014 Godzilla game for the PlayStation 4. So yeah, sadly I didn't get to play it because I was hoping to buy it on the cheap. Plus, I also did the lack of PlayStation 4 was like another reason for me not to buy it at the time. But yeah, no, like nowadays, if you wanted to buy a copy of that game, it's like $200 to $300. So yeah, that's just not gonna happen. What about Godzilla music? I see you listening to that sometimes. Any particular tracks or films that are best from that? All right. So as for Godzilla music, I love the compositions done by Akira Ifukube. Um, his tracks for Godzilla, like his Godzilla themes and all that, are something I really love. That's like the soundtrack of my childhood essentially, and for me as a person. If I was to say I had a particular song, it's definitely Godzilla's theme. But there have been different reversions of Godzilla's theme throughout the years. Um, because like you have like the themes from the 1954 movie, but like Godzilla's theme really didn't become his theme music until like Godzilla or King Kong versus Godzilla in 1962. Um, and then like so that's pretty much what I like. I'll listen to like any of the tracks composed by Akira Ifukube is stuff as like the tracks I'm definitely listening to on Spotify and stuff. Um, but there are other Godzilla movie tracks I do like. Bear McCree's soundtrack for Godzilla King of Monsters is really good. Because he takes a lot of the Akira Ifukube tracks and modernizes them because essentially the last new Godzilla track we had from Akira Ifukube was around 95, and that's before he went into retirement. Um, so yeah, like that's like you can find all the like the Godzilla music I like to listen on Spotify. So yeah, let's see here. I'm glad you liked it, Ethan. So yeah, I think Kimmy and Dom. Yeah, this is a passion project of mine put together. So yeah, um, I've been a big Godzilla fan for all throughout my life. Um, it's pretty much like the most constant thing about me is, do I like Godzilla? Yes. Anytime in my life, yeah. You ask me, do I want to watch a Godzilla movie? I'm always down to watch Godzilla. Um, I'm glad that you learned so much. There are there is more Godzilla stuff to also go into. Um, like this is just explaining where all the films fit into continuity, and I did want to cover like plot and stuff because like there are other YouTubers who had talked about, hey, this is how the Godzilla timeline works, and it's like you could cover all this stuff in like 6 minutes if you really wanted to, by just being like, cool, this is when this movie happens, this is when this movie happens, and just moving along. But I was like, you know what? I'm gonna talk to y'all about the Godzilla timelines and some of the movie plot details as well, just because I know like y'all have been curious about knowing about this stuff for a while. But yes, this hopefully I can start Discord streaming some of these movies. Um, I don't think I'll be actually doing them in order when we do the marathon. Just because I'll be looking for the Godzilla movies I have or things that are cheap and easy to get my hands on. Also, well, actually, no, we already covered Godzilla vs. Biollante, so that's the one that you can't get on any streaming service. So I didn't know the timelines were so fast. Yeah, um, some would argue that the Godzilla timelines are more complicated and convoluted than like the Zelda timeline, but I'm like, maybe kinda. Like, there's just more meat to the Godzilla timelines than the Zelda timelines because this franchise has been going on for a lot longer than Zelda. Um, like, I know in terms of timeline comparisons, that's like it's always like the Zelda timelines is the most convoluted one. Okay, Wammel just went live. All right, so um, excellent. So let me finish up this point here. Like, yeah, like the Zelda timeline, a lot of people are like, "Oh, it's so convoluted," and then it's like some people compare this guy, the Godzilla timeline, to that, and I'm like, I always feel like they're complicated in different ways. Yeah, they're complicated in different ways. The timeline branch that happens around Ocarina of Time, plus also for a long time Nintendo didn't set a definitive way on how the timeline is connected. When Toho was after the Showa era, they outlined how like all the Godzilla movies are tied, or like all their kaiju movies are tied together, or which ones are tied together. Um, so like Toho was just like, all right, here it is. This is how this all works. Um, so like especially like with the Heisei movies, they're set up so that they build off of each other as well, and they refer to other movies. The Showa era doesn't really do that too much. Um, at all. So like it's like you could have not had a timeline for Showa era and just been like, oh, these all these movies just happen. But like it does kind of make sense that there is a timeline since we do have Godzilla becoming from like an antagonist to a protagonist during that timeline. So yeah. Well, if no one has any more questions, I'll hang out here for just a little bit while I set things up for the raid. I hope everyone had fun with tonight's stream on the Godzilla timelines. And I guess next week we'll pick back up with Tales of Vesperia, and hopefully in the future we'll be doing some Godzilla streams in the Discord. So let me actually spell the name correctly. Hi, everybody. So that's going to be all for me this time. Probably at some point I will do a Godzilla Save the Earth stream at some point, but we'll figure out that when that happens. In the meantime, so next week we're going to pick back up with Tales of Vesperia. This has been a whole lot of fun, and thank you for all getting me to affiliate, and thank you for indulging me on the Godzilla timelines, and thanks for hanging out, and I hope to see you all again next week. So until then, take care of yourselves and be kind to each other and yourselves. So later, everybody.